Welcome to the third Connect Congress, Connective Tissues in Sports Medicine. This is the third Congress of a Congress lineage, where the Congresses happen every 4 years. And the first time was in 2013 at the University of Ulm in Germany. The second time was 2017 at the University of Ulm. And now we have it as the third time here at the Technical University in Munich. This is a great honor for me to pass over the candle from the previous two Congresses now to my colleague, Professor Thomas Horstmann from the Technical University here in Munich. Before I pass on, let me remind you that on the red arrow below, you can rewind in the time to any time before at any time of your leisure. So let me pass over to my colleague, Professor Thomas Horstmann, who I'm very proud and very thankful that he and his teams are now hosting this third online Congress, Connective Tissues in Sports Medicine.
Thank you, dear Robert, and a warm welcome and a Grüß Gott from Munich and from the Tegernsee. We are very proud to host this event at the TU Munich and have so many guests from all over the world. The organizing committee managed to bring together an outstanding international list of some of the biggest experts in the exploration of the connective tissue as keynote speakers. In the next 2 days, we will hear 14 presentations on the role of fascia from a clinical, molecular, and a biomechanical standpoint. We also will hear about nutrition, sex hormonal effects, and evolutionary perspectives. Let's start now with you, Robert, and your lecture, Fascia Focus Training Beyond Foam Rolling. It's your turn, Robert.
Hi, I'm Nico from Blackroll. Healthy fascia needs proper regeneration, so we have put together a recovery package consisting of 3 things. The Blackroll pillow, the Blackroll blanket, and fittingly, access to the 3-hour online course Blackroll Recovery Expert. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed and good luck.
Let me introduce Katja Bartsch, sports scientist from the University Erlangen-Nuremberg here in Germany, and also a member of our fascia research group at the TU in Munich. And she is moderating this session together with me.
Thanks, Robert. And it's an honor to introduce you to our audience, as you're one of the organizers of this event. And you haven't only been organizing this event, but also you've been organizer and on the scientific chair of the last 2 Connect Congresses in 2013 and 2017. Robert also is the director of the Fascia Research Project at the Technical University in Munich. And he's also the research director of the European Rolfing Association. So we're very excited to hear you talk here as well with your presentation called Fascia Focused Training Beyond Foam Rolling. So the stage is yours.
So this is a great pleasure, particularly to lecture on this favorite topic of mine. What do we know how fascial connective tissues respond to different training modalities? And to start, I need to define with what I mean with fascial tissues. In doing so, I follow the latest recommendation of the Fascia Nomenclature Committee that recommended to use a more narrow definition of the Terminologia Anatomica only for small examinations of histological questions, etc. But when you're looking at larger functional questions, for example, muscular force transmission across more than one joint, then the term the fascial system is recommended, in which you are not only including irregular, multidirectional, sheet-like dense connective tissues, but you also include parallel fibers like the aponeurosis, but also the intramuscular connective tissue shown here on the right picture, because if you include these other collagenous fibrous connective tissues, not only the ones that are multidirectional, then you can see the body inspired by the tensegrity system shown here on the left picture in the lower line as a body-wide tensional force transmitting system. And that is, of course, much more appealing. So within the connective tissue, which you would also include bones and blood, etc., we are looking at the fibrous collagenous connective tissues, whether they are intramuscular, whether they are multidirectional, whether they are sheet-like, or whether they are like a tendon or ligament or joint capsule. So all these dense connective tissues, they don't need to be flat, they don't need to be two-directional or multidirectional. They would all be included into this examination that I'm now doing in terms of what do we know about the response of these tissues to training. A very important reminder how big these fascial tissues are in sports is the recent meta-study of our colleague Jan Wilke, who looked at where do really, in which tissues do the common muscle strain injuries occur. And very often people talk in their diagnosis about muscle fiber lesions or muscle fiber bundle lesions. But if you look through the microscope, you find out in the majority of the cases, the torn tissues are not the contractile myofiber here. It is usually in the perimysium or in the endomysium, so somewhere in the intramuscular connective tissue or in the tendinous extension, so in the collagenous connective tissue elements. It is very rare, it is less than 13%, that the muscle fibers are the weakest link in which the injury occurs. So one possible conclusion is that our current athletic training does not sufficiently focus, support, strengthen what seems to be the weakest link in the loading chain of many of our athletes in the collagenous connective tissues. And that has been a big stimulus to look at how can we do fascia-oriented training interventions. And one more popular intervention for many reasons have been the foam rolling or self-myofascial release that has become quite popular in the sports scene. And if you look at the many studies that already exist and you only include the systematic reviews or meta-analysis, they seem to mostly agree on these three conclusions. One is that you do have at least a short-term, we don't know about long-term improvement in range of motion. The magnitude is about as much as the same minutes of stretching. It's definitely not 10 times more. And also you seem to have a reduction in delayed onset muscle soreness. So you seem to have a better recovery for whatever reasons. And there have been speculation that similar to some forms of stretching, of static stretching, it could have a detrimental effect on athletic performance if you do foam rolling immediately before an athletic performance. Others have been hoping that it could enhance the athletic performance, but most of these systematic reviews that are existing right now come to the conclusion it has neither a positive nor a negative effect. In our group, or we are collaborating with a Japanese group, we looked at
how does the increase in range of motion occur? And the simplest explanation would have been that the tendinous elements are becoming softer. But if you then look with ultrasound examinations, you should see that softening in a larger elongation, for example, during loading of the aponeurosis, and that the fascicle length or the pennation angle of the sarcomeres here in the diagonals would be different after foam rolling than opposed to before if you load them with the same magnitude. But she showed, no, there is no difference in what seems to be the muscle morphology before foam rolling and after foam rolling, and still you have an increased range of motion. And that is very difficult to explain. If the tissue would have become softer afterwards, then you can explain why you get more range of motion. But if it's the same kind of stiffness that has been measured also in other studies with ultrasound elastography, not shown here, and also if the muscle morphology is not much different under loading, you need to look at different explanations. And one of the intriguing explanations that several groups are exploring now, including ours, are the so-called systemic effects, and one aspect of them are the neurological effects. And that is also an attempt to explain something that several of these meta-studies have been describing, that often you have a non-local effect. So you do foam rolling on the right calf and the left ankle gets more flexible. And that is called a systemic effect. And one possible avenue where that is happening, that it could be a changed pain inhibitory pathway, so the conditioned pain modulation. And that is quite interesting because also in a related field, in stretching research, they showed that the increase you get after stretching is very similar to the increase you get by a cold immersion challenge, where you put the left arm into cold water in order to stimulate your brain to activate the descending fibers that originate usually in the periaqueductal gray. So these inhibitory descending fibers. And you can see to what degree that can be activated. There is a test to do that. And then you get the same degree of range of motion improvement, not in the left wrist, but in the right ankle, as you had been getting if you would have been stretching the right ankle. So that is now one of the explanations that we are exploring, also in relationship to foam rolling. So that the often beneficial, not always beneficial, but sometimes beneficial increase in range of motion in foam rolling could possibly be related to a similar increase in your resilience, in your stretch capacity, that you experience a mechanical, potentially nociceptive or at least irritating stimulation, no longer as threatening, and that you increase your capacity to tolerate or to relax into them. And that would be very interesting. Of course, that's not always positive. It can also be negative if you relax into a potentially threatening mechanical stimulation. But if we know that for sure, we don't know it yet for sure, that would have, of course, some very interesting consequences. For those in the stretching field, this is very important to know that there has been a shift towards more critical stretching examinations at the end of the last century. So there were some very valid studies that showed static stretching immediately, meaning within 2, 3, 4 or 5 minutes, but not 20 minutes before an athletic performance, often diminishes the jumping power or the jumping height or the sprint performance. And that's why many people have been careful about stretching. But now, and this is very nicely shown here in this recent meta-study in relationship to the use of stretching in sports training, a lot of studies are coming out that look not at single stretching, but as regular stretching throughout the year. And this is a very convincing conclusion here, listing many studies together in a systematic review that come to the conclusion, if you stretch regularly before sports, at the end of the year, you tend to have a better sports performance, and most likely, although not yet certain, less injuries. So this is very important, that stretching is coming back into the sports-related field, and we need to look at what is it doing to the tissues and what is it doing to the brain. A surprising new aspect of stretching is that it seems to have a very potent effect on arterial stiffness, so on the cardiovascular system. And that is, in a relationship to health, the #1 cause of death, more than cancer. So if you can increase cardiovascular aging effects, if you can decrease them, so most, whether it's a heart attack or stroke, or most of the cardiovascular health-threatening pathologies go together with an arterial stiffness as you age. And in this meta-study, they have shown in people who are over 40 years old, 40 years and older, regular stretching has a potent effect in reversing that arterial stiffening effect. And the question is, why is that possibly only happening in older people? They haven't done it in younger people, but it seems to be very clear that this effect is very strong in older people. And that could be related to another study that caught my interest in the last few months, where they looked with ultrasound elasticity, which are the specific tissues that seem to be responsible to the range of motion limitation, for example, in the upper ankle joint for dorsiflexion. And if you want to increase ankle dorsiflexion, I would think you need to lengthen, to soften the calf muscles with their surrounding fascia. That seems to be the case in younger people in their 20s. But when they compared it with ultrasound elastography with people around their 70s, they found out in people with their 70s, you can stretch the calf muscles as much as you want. That has only minimal effect on ankle dorsiflexion. But if you stretch the sciatic nerve, a neurovascular bundle that goes far above to the back of the thigh and into the hip joint on the back side, then you have a much more profound lengthening effect. And they examined that with ultrasound elastography. So if you stretch the sciatic nerve with the slump position, afterwards the sciatic nerve, here shown on the upper right, decreases its stiffness, but not the calf muscles. And that decrease of stiffness goes together with the increase in ankle dorsiflexion. So that means in older people, apparently, when you stretch the tissue that is the first resistance and which you affect with the stretch are not the smooth epimysial envelopes or the muscle fibers in the close proximity to the joint that you are stretching, but they seem to be the neurovascular bundle. So far, we know that only from the sciatic nerve. We have some indications, but not yet related to age of the brachial nerve plexus, but that definitely is an interesting area. And also that would explain why regular stretching could have such an effect, particularly in older people, on arterial functioning. But the question, of course, in that meta study, how would you explain such a profound effect on the arterial stiffness and on the other changes here shown that they show on the left? And among several explanations, the most intriguing one that it probably enhances nitric oxide production. And nitric oxide was awarded, of course, with the Nobel Prize in 1998 because it is a very potent, relaxing gaseous transmitter for vascular, but also smooth muscles. And that has also been shown in foam rolling in at least one study, that after foam rolling, you have an enhanced nitric oxide production. And that could be positive in terms of having smoother vessels, but critical voices also say that's a sign that you have injury there. But it's definitely something interesting to explore. And it reminded us of an early study that we published in 2014, when Werner Klingler and I were doing lots of organ bars measurements at the University of Ulm, that we also got a relaxing effect on our fascial pieces in an organ bars when we added nitric oxide to them. And we published that in 2014, but now we want to continue the studies because we only had relatively small sample sizes, and it definitely needs to be examined at larger probes. But that would be one of the aspects to look at now in the future in terms of stretching. In terms of sports performance, another field that's now pretty hot in the fascia scene was opened by the presentation of Yasuo Kawakami at the second Fascia Research Congress, where he came in with dynamic ultrasound examinations. What happens inside the calf? So in the middle here, the white line is not the Achilles tendon, it's the continuation of the Achilles tendon inside of the calf, the aponeurosis, and the gray diagonal lines are the sarcomeres. And if you do a slow motion, if you go up on your ankles and down, you would see the sarcomeres shortening, but the stiff tendinous line in the middle, not so much shortening. But when you do it at a more rapid oscillation, like I'm doing here with my finger on the right, you see that the contractile muscle fibers, the sarcomeres, the diagonal lines, are not doing much length changes. They are doing a minute stiffening length change, like my finger. And the collagenous connective tissue, the aponeurosis here, has a much larger length change. So that means in many athletic movements, particularly in elastic recoil movement, you have elastic storage capacity within the collagenous connective tissues, and the muscles, like my finger lifting there on the right, only has a background subserving role, but how big your pendulum swings is more influenced by the recoil capacity of the elastic elements than by the lifting power of my thumb on the right side. And that seems to be very important in human locomotion. It had been shown long ago that the human Achilles tendon, but also the IT band, have a much higher recoil capacity compared with most other animals and also with chimpanzees and orangutans. And the question is, can we train that? And my favorite study is here, this Finnish study, where they had these men, average age 70 years, jump for 10 seconds only at about 75% of their maximal jumping power. And they did that 4 times for 10 seconds. And that was the whole training that they did per day. And they did that 3 times a week for altogether 11 weeks. And they gradually increased the loading. In the last week, they had 7 times 10 seconds, and most of them were with 90%. And with that very smart loading training protocol, none of the participants got any strain injuries. And that is very, very impressive, because many people who do these elastic bouncing exercises, again, they often cause these frequent overload strain injuries. And what they found out actually is that in all of them, there was an increased utilization of the elastic storage capacity. And that showed in an increased jumping height. They had a different proportion of contact time and aerial phase. So that means the recoil capacity of these fascial elastic connective tissues can in fact be trained. And that is only the first interaction between elastic collagenous connective tissues and muscle fibers that is described now in a new and milestone article by the group of around Roberts and Arampatzis. And they suggest that there are at least 3 different ways that are important in sports and for locomotion. And this is the way that is utilized by hopping kangaroos, but also by running Homo sapiens. So the kinetic energy when you're in the air is stored in relationship to gravity. When you are bouncing on the ground, the kinetic energy is mostly stored in the elongation of the elastically tensed fascial connective tissues, and the muscle have more of a subservient role. And that is something that you exercise, but that you also need in running and hopping, and even in human walking, that has been shown. But very different, and that's something that I neglected in the past, is the way how frogs jumps, or how a javelin thrower accelerates the spear. They are not bouncing backwards before they go up. The frog is not bouncing down before it jumps up to catch the fly. It starts with explosive, fast-twitch muscle contraction. So in opposition to my thumb, that doesn't need to move very rapidly and very powerful, for this kind of locomotion, so when the frog is jumping, but also when you're running uphill, or when you are throwing a medicine ball from your chest into the air. So in most throwing movements, you need to start with explosive muscle contraction. Fascial elasticity is not enough. And then secondarily, with a slight delay, you also need a similar recoil capacity as you have here in the kangaroo jumping. So that is amplified and utilized in different sports. And some sports need that more. So a runner needs more the left interaction. It doesn't need that much explosive muscles. It needs basically a very good recoil capacity in their tendinous connective tissue, whereas a javelin thrower would need more of this explosive muscle temporarily passing the kinetic energy to the tendon, and then the tendon being able to recoil faster than the muscle fiber would be able to contract without the tendon. And there is a third one now, which is engaging us just in the last couple of years, which is called power attenuation. And that is when the cat is jumping down from the table and landing quietly on the ground. And that is, for example, in soccer players, where most of the injury is happening when they run in one direction and they break it down. So they decelerate with their right leg forward, so they can change direction and run towards the left. And that is called power attenuation. And that seems to be partially the opposite of energy conservation, because here you are using the connective tissues not to store and release the kinetic energy, but to dampen, to distribute it. So most likely, but that is currently only speculation, you don't want a lot of parallel fibered, crimp wave-like collagen fibers, as you have in the Achilles tendon of a runner, but it's more in the ground substance that you want to dissipate the kinetic energy in such a way that you are not jumping up in the air after landing again. And that again is more used, for example, in downhill skiers. So they need to, and in the soccer players who are changing direction. So we need to examine for which kind of sports do we need, which capacity, and how can we train them, and which architectural elements are involved into them. And that is very exciting, because many people in the past just looked at tendon, how much force they can transmit, and also how much energy they can store and release in the kangaroo jumping. This is here a very good overview on what we do currently know, first about aging and tendon connective tissues. So here a comparison, elastic modulus would be a measurement of the stiffness in immature people in their teens and 20s. Now in their teenager years, mature people are in their early 20s, and old people is 60 and beyond. And you see that the highest stiffness is in people in their 20s. And then you have a decrease in stiffness, and that could be not so favorable. So if you want to be good in sports, you want your Achilles tendon, if you want to be a sprinter, to be able to have a high stiffness. So if you stretch it, that it recoils with more recoil capacity. So rather have 3 rubber bands in your lower back in the lumbar fascia than only one thin in order also for injury prevention. And also you see in the matrix turnover, it decreases, but then it stays at a low level between 20 and 60 years. And very interesting are the crosslinks between collagen fibers. We have the enzymatic crosslinks, and they seem to increase with age, but most people see them as positive. And here the dotted lines are the advanced glycation crosslinks, and most people in health research see them as negative. So they are like these crystalline crosslinks that go together also with aging and with diabetes. So then the question is, what do we know how exercise affects any of these aging effects? And you can see that these three areas tend to have an anti-aging effect. So if you want to increase the stiffness in a positive way in your tendons, that they can bear more force without getting tearing, and also being able to store more kinetic energy, then you can reverse the decrease that, or at least in a tendency that's reversing it, that you had in the decrease between 20 and 60 years. And also your matrix turnover has become low, and you have a slight tendency to go back into a more active matrix turnover as you used to have in your childhood. The most powerful is probably the dotted line here. Not so much the enzymatic crosslinks. They are not going in an anti-aging direction, but here everybody agrees if sports can reduce the advanced glycation end product crosslinks, that is definitely a beneficial contribution for general health, but also most likely for sports performance. And this is now a very nice surprise coming when we look here in terms of aging effect, in terms of intramuscular connective tissue. That is a modern MRI cross-section through the thigh. And you see in the green here, not only an accumulation of extramuscular connective tissue around the quadriceps, but within the quadriceps. And you see here, now the first line is young people, couch potato on the left, and active sports young person on the right. So here you're looking at the same young age at the effect of exercise. And you see the more exercise you do, the less fibrosis, the less intramuscular connective tissue accumulation you have. And based on this study, but also several other people suggest that this accumulation of intramuscular connective tissue is not so beneficial. And that is strengthened when you look not at the effect of exercise, which is left to right, but at the effect of aging. And here you, of course, you see an effect of exercise here. Without exercise, lots of fibrosis. With exercise, very little. But here you have the same degree of inactivity in a 20-year-old and here in a 60-year-old. And you see the effect of natural aging, of chronological aging, is much worse between 60 and 20 years than the effect within the same age due to lack of exercise. I find that very depressing. You know, of course, I can change something here with exercise, but if I just get older and keep the same level of exercise, I have a dramatic fibrotic effect. And now the question is, if at the age of 60, you start to do healthy movement, could you go back maybe a quarter? Could you go back a third, or maybe halfway or most of the way to where you had been as a couch potato at the age of 20? And the big surprise is shown here on the picture on the right. Hold your breath. This is a 60-year-old person who has been doing regular elastic running. And you see he has less intramuscular connective tissue than his 18-year-old son. Isn't that beautiful? I love fascia research. So this is, of course, only one example how sports loading can change the architecture of the collagenous connective tissues in a beneficial direction. Let me summarize it, and then we have time for questions even, which is very nice. So I explained that most sports-related overload injuries, particularly these so-called muscle strains, occur in what I defined as fascial tissues. And a new area is that foam rolling and stretching, both of them have a short-term increase in range of motion, but they also have non-local effect. That is a new topic now. That is not really solid where they have a non-local effect, but more and more studies indicate that. And the question is, maybe they have together so-called systemic effects, one of which could be due to the neurological aspect that we are studying here. And very recently, also that range of motion is often influenced not only by the local myofascial tissues, like I explained in the calf, but by the longer neurovascular bundles. And that seems to be particularly in older people. And finally, one of my favorite, elastic recall capacity, seems to be important in different applications, in different sports. And that can also be enhanced, as I showed in this Finnish studies. And finally, let me thank you, our expanded fascia research group here, shown at one of our more recent meetings. And we have worked very well with the slogan that we have developed over the years. If you want to understand fascia as a body-wide networking organ, you have a lot of fun and your learning curve is very steep if you try to become a good networker in your social exchange, in your appreciation for colleagues, and in your information sharing. So let me stop my slides and see what questions you got already in the chat box, Katja.
Thanks, Robert, for your excellent talk and all that rich information for the clinical practice as well. And I believe we have time for one question. And one question that did come up is on foam rolling and hydration. So among practitioners, it is often discussed or suggested that foam rolling could increase the tissue hydration. Could you talk about that? Do we have any data on that?
You are asking the right person. No, this is, so we studied a small paper, not on foam rolling, but in the organ bars on mechanical stretch application. And after stretch, the fascial bundles that we stretched, they were less stiff. And that decrease of stiffness went together with lower water content. And we measured that with pieces of fascia in an organ bars. So basically fascia consists, like tendons, 2/3 of water. And if you apply mechanical pressure and mechanical tension, both of them squeeze some of the intrafascial water out into the vicinity. And of course, the water then afterwards wants to come back, but it takes some time to come back. And we showed that the stiffness changes that you have in this water-soaked sponge-like tissues are associated, at least in terms of their development, we are not sure about cause and effect, with the water content. And several people have looked in that direction. We started together with Akane Yoshimura also to look at the water content after foam rolling, and it's not a big surprise. Immediately after foam rolling, the water content is decreased in the tissue, and it takes several minutes for the water to come back. Of course, you push some of the water only in the vicinity and it comes back to the same area. That is what we would expect. And people recommend to roll in a lymphatic direction towards the heart. But there are also many small venules which go multidirectional. And I think if you do foam rolling as a sponging technique, you should do it more than once and you should do it multidirectional because some of the water is polluted with free radicals or with inflammatory cytokines. And the more often you push it into different direction, the higher percentage is fresh water that comes from the small arteries. But that is something that we continue to examine.
Thank you so much for that and for all of your presentation. So thank you, and we're looking forward to the next talks.
Hello, my name is Simon Bamberger and I'm the founder and managing director of Bella Bambi. We are rethinking cupping from a fascial perspective. So we are primarily interested in A, the mechanical effects of the application of negative pressure, and B, the effects on the nervous system and body perception. We are working on researching and further improving applications that have been tried and tested for thousands of years. We are giving away a complete Bella Bambi multi and wish you every success.
Surprise, surprise, that's the prize you can win. We at Thermotrigger provide these innovation and new device that warms and cools as well as a contrast program between those two. It can be used for physiotherapeutic treatments. You get the Thermotrigger in this beautiful case. I am curious who will win it. Good luck, your Wolfgang Klausner from Thermotrigger.
Hi, I'm Nico from Blackroll. Healthy fascia needs proper regeneration, so we have put together a recovery package consisting of 3 things. The Blackroll pillow, the Blackroll blanket, and fittingly, access to the 3-hour online course Blackroll Recovery Expert. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed and good luck!
After this opening and overview of Robert Schleip, I'm very proud to introduce Professor Adamantios Arampatzis. He's professor and speaker or the head of the Berlin School of Movement Science at the Humboldt University of Berlin. His scientific focus is on adaptation of muscle tendon unit, neuromuscular control, and also on adaptation of movement and dynamic stability control in healthy and under pathological conditions. His talk is about influence of tendinous tissues on steady and unsteady locomotion. Dear Adamantios, it's your turn now. Thank you very much for coming.
Yeah, Thomas, thank you very much for the nice introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, as all of you know, muscles generate forces and perform work in order to support and accelerate the body, and the activation of the lower limb muscles accounts for the most of the metabolic energy cost needed during walking or running. Running Running is characterized by a spring-like interaction of the body with the ground, indicating temporarily storage of kinetic and potential energy for the body in elastic elements, a strain energy that can be recovered in the propulsive phase of running. Storing mechanical energy in elastic tendons reduces the required energy production by the muscles through active shortening and leads to lower metabolic energy cost. Recently, in order to assess the mechanical loading and elastic strain energy of the Achilles tendon, we developed a new in vivo methodological approach to measure Achilles tendon length during walking and running, considering the tendon curve path. To assess the Achilles tendon curve path, small foil markers were placed on the skin, covering the Achilles tendon path from the defined origin, gastrocnemius medialis, myotendinous junctions, to the insertion, tubercle calcaneus, and the myotendinous junction was then projected to the skin surface and mapped to the global coordinate system in order to measure Achilles tendon length during walking and running. Force and strain energy of the Achilles tendon during locomotion were assessed by fitting a quadratic function of the experimentally individually measured force length curve of the Achilles tendon during maximum voluntary isometric contractions. In the first row of the figure, you can see the Achilles tendon strain, and in the second row, the Achilles tendon forces during walking, slow and fast running. The dashed vertical line separates the stance and swing phase. We found a significant effect of gait speed on maximum Achilles tendon strain and force. However, the maximum Achilles tendon forces during walking and submaximal running corresponded to 40–60% of the maximum Achilles tendon force achieved during the maximum isometric contractions and was significantly lower, 35 to 50% to the reported in the literature values. The figure here demonstrates the Achilles tendon elastic strain energy, as well the EMG activity of the gastrocnemius medialis, soleus, and tibialis anterior muscles during walking and running. Our results show an average maximum elastic energy recoil during the propulsion phase of about 8 joule during walking, which increased to 9.5 and 11.3 joule during slow and fast running. It is well accepted that this recoil of energy reduces the plantar flexor muscles' mechanical work to accelerate the body center of mass, thus increasing the efficiency of locomotion. Nevertheless, the elastic strain energy recoil during running was significantly lower, 2 to 3-fold, compared to the reported in the literature values using inverse dynamics approaches and musculoskeletal modeling. Therefore, our findings provide evidence a lower Achilles tendon strain energy recoil during running and indicate a lower importance of the elastic tendon energy storage and return mechanism as currently believed during locomotion. In addition to elastic tendon strain energy storage and return story, tendons, due to their compliance, affect the muscle force generation and muscle energy production during locomotion. In general, tendons reduce the shortening velocity of the muscle fibers, and in this way increase the muscle force potential due to the force velocity relationship. In the figure, you can see that in both squat jump and counter movement jump, the shortening velocity of the vastus lateralis fascicles during the propulsion phase is lower compared to the muscle tendon unit shortening velocity, evidencing a decoupling of the fascicle for the muscle tendon unit trajectory. This figure depicts the length of the soleus muscle tendon unit and fascicles during the stance phase of running. You can see that although the muscle tendon unit show a lengthening shortening behavior during the stance phase, the soleus fascicles shorten continuously and with less length changes compared to the muscle tendon unit. This decoupling of the fascicle length trajectories from the muscle tendon unit is a result of the tendon compliance and the variable pennation of muscle fascicle. Tendons, due to their compliance, take over important portions of the length changes within the muscle tendon unit, which substantially reduce the length change and velocity of the muscle belly during lengthening and the shortening phases. Furthermore, the rotation of the fibers, this means changes of the pennation angle during muscle shortening, decouple the fiber length changes from the muscle belly and further decrease the fiber shortening length and velocity. In these two figures, the operating velocity of the soleus muscle tendon units and muscle belly, as well the velocity of the muscle belly and fascicle in the right figure during the stance phase of running, clearly illustrate the effects of tendon compliance and fascicle rotation on the decoupling between muscle tendon unit and fascicle. The magnitude of tendon compliance to the overall decoupling is, however, significantly higher, about 4 times than the fascicle rotation. The decoupling of the muscle tendon unit and length trajectories leads to a significantly lower average shortening velocity of the fascicles compared to the muscle tendon units. For example, during running, here the shortening velocity of the muscle tendon units is about 17 centimeters per second, where the shortening velocity of the fascicles receive values of about 4 centimeters per second. By mapping the operating length and velocity of the muscle into the individual force length, force velocity, and efficiency velocity curves, we can investigate the effect of the decoupling between muscle tendon unit and fascicles on the economy of muscle force generation and efficiency of muscle energy production during locomotion. In this example, you can see that the soleus fascicles during the stance phase of running operate close to the optimal length with moderate shortening velocity close to the optimum of the enthalpy efficiency, which is about 18% of the maximum shortening velocity. For the proximal muscles, like the knee extensors, it was suggested that because they feature shorter and less compliant tendons compared to the distal triceps surae muscles, will provide a negligible decoupling between fascicles and muscle tendon unit. However, in our previous study, investigating the vastus lateralis muscle tendon unit and fascicle behavior during walking and running, we found significantly smaller fascicle length changes compared to the muscle tendon unit, indicating an important decoupling within the vastus lateralis muscle tendon unit due to tendon compliance. In the figure here, you can see the vastus lateralis muscle tendon unit length, vastus lateralis fascicle length, and the vastus lateralis EMG activity during 3 consecutive steps of running. During the stance phase, where the vastus lateralis is active and generate force, the length changes of the fascicles are much lower compared to the muscle tendon units, and the fascicles contract almost isometrically. This figure shows the muscle tendon unit versus muscle belly length changes, the left picture, belly versus fascicle length changes, mid picture, and muscle tendon unit versus fascicle length changes, the right picture, during the stance phase of running for the soleus, the top row, and vastus lateralis mid-row muscles. The differences between trajectories in the left, mid, and right column illustrate the length decoupling due to tendon compliance, fascicle rotation, and the overall decoupling, respectively. The bottom row shows the corresponding resulting velocity decoupling coefficients as the absolute velocity differences between fascicles, belly, and muscle tendon unit normalized to the maximum muscle shortening velocity. Although the decoupling was for the soleus muscle higher than for the vastus lateralis, the decoupling coefficients provide evidence of a clear, relevant length and velocity decoupling of muscle tendon unit and fascicle due to tendon compliance in both muscles. About 15 years ago, and based on the evidence that tendon compliance may influence the force length velocity potential and the activation of the muscles, we hypothesized that tendon elasticity might be an important property of the human system that affects running economy. We examined in 28 male long-distance runners the mechanical properties of the triceps surae and quadriceps femoris muscle tendon units, as well as the oxygen consumption at 3 different velocities. We found that the most economical runners showed a higher Achilles tendon stiffness and a higher muscle strength of the plantar flexor muscles, as you can see in these figures, which show the force-strain relationship of the Achilles tendon. In a second experiment, we investigated the effects of an exercise-induced increase of Achilles tendon stiffness and contractile strength on the triceps surae muscles on running economy. Before and after the training, we measured muscle strength of the plantar flexors, Achilles tendon stiffness, and oxygen consumption. We expected that an increase in Achilles tendon stiffness and muscle strength of the plantar flexors would improve running economy. We found after the training of an increase of about 15% in Achilles tendon stiffness, 7% in the muscle strength of the plantar flexors, and an improvement in running economy of about 5% only in the experimental group. However, and although the association of Achilles tendon stiffness and energetic cost of running has been confirmed by other research groups, the underlying physiological mechanisms remain unclear. So, in order to find a mechanistic explanation for the improvements on running economy, recently we investigated the operating length and velocity of the soleus muscle during running after a specific muscle tendon training, which has been shown to increase plantar flexor strength and Achilles tendon stiffness. We choose the soleus muscle because it is the greatest muscle of the triceps surae and generates the majority of energy to lift and accelerate the body. Based on our earlier study, we expected an improvement in running economy after 14 weeks of training, and we hypothesized that the training-induced increase in plantar flexor muscle strength and Achilles tendon stiffness will modulate the soleus fascicle velocity during the stance phase towards velocities associated with higher enthalpy efficiency, and in this way will reduce the energetic cost of running. Therefore, using ultrasonography and kinetic analysis, we determined the force length relationship of the soleus muscle. For this purpose, each participant performed 8 maximal voluntary contractions, and from the examined data, tendon force versus fascicle length, we used a second-order polynomial, and we determined the soleus optimal length and the maximum force applied to the tendon. Using time-specific muscle values, we calculated the maximum shortening velocity, and we determined the force-velocity relationship using the classical Hill equation. Both muscle strength of the plantar flexors and Achilles tendon stiffness increased significantly in the intervention group without significant changes in the control group. Furthermore, we found a significant decrease in the energetic cost of running following the 14 weeks of training only in the intervention group. Following the intervention, the energetic cost of running was reduced by about 4%, a quantity reported to be above test-retest typical errors and to substantially enhance endurance running performance. These figures illustrate the length of the soleus muscle tendon unit, fascicle and fascicle velocity, and EMG activity during the stance phase of running. The muscle tendon unit of the soleus show a lengthening, shortening behavior, where the shortening started at about 59% of the stance phase, but was similar in the pre- and post-intervention condition. Despite that the muscle tendon unit lengthening, the soleus fascicles active shorten continuously through the entire stance phase. In the first part of the stance phase, the fascicle shortening is paralleled by a lengthening of the muscle tendon unit, indicating that the fascicles generate work and save this work as strain energy in the Achilles tendon. In the second part, where the muscle tendon unit shortened, that means during the propulsion phase, both tendon and muscle transfer energy to the skeleton. Following the intervention, the fascicle shortening was not significantly different over the entire stance phase. However, the shortening velocity profile show some differences in the pre- and post-training condition. The shortening velocity was in tendency higher during the muscle tendon unit lengthening phase after the intervention. Then we mapped the operating length and velocity of the soleus fascicles into the individual force length, force velocity, efficiency velocity, curves during the MTU lengthening and MTU shortening phases. The enthalpy efficiency or mechanical efficiency quantify the fraction of chemical energy from ATP hydrolysis that is converted into mechanical work. The relation of enthalpy efficiency and shortening velocity shows increase in the beginning at lower shortening velocities and take the optimum, the peak, around 18% of the maximum shortening velocity. Here in these two figures, you can see the force length, the right figure, and the force velocity potential of the soleus muscle during muscle tendon unit lengthening, muscle tendon unit shortening, and the wall stance phase of running. As you can see, the force length potential was close to the maximum, about 92%, and without any differences between pre and post intervention. After the training, the soleus force velocity potential was lower in the phase of the MTU lengthening and higher in the MTU shortening, but it is no differences in the force potential during the wall stance phase. This similar fascicle shortening, force length, and force velocity potential before and after the training during the stance phase of running indicate similar energy production through muscular work of the soleus muscle and show that the force length and force velocity potential does not explain the improvements in running economy. However, if we look at the soleus fascicle shortening velocity profiles in the left figure, we can observe that compared to the pre-intervention running, the fascicle velocity in the phase of muscle tendon unit lengthening was closer to the velocity for maximum enthalpy efficiency after the training. This alteration in the soleus fascicle shortening velocity and specific the tendency towards higher fascicle shortening velocity during muscle tendon unit lengthening resulted to a significant increase in the enthalpy efficiency of the soleus in the phase of muscle tendon unit lengthening after the training. The significant increase of the enthalpy efficiency following training in the phase of muscle tendon unit lengthening demonstrate that a substantial part of the entire muscular work was generated more economically. The second part of the stance phase, where the muscle tendon unit shortened, the high efficiency was maintained after the intervention, and thus the overall efficiency during the stance phase was increased. These findings show that the alteration in the soleus fascicle velocity profile during the stance phase, which led to a significantly higher enthalpy efficiency of the operating soleus muscle, is an explanatory mechanism for the improvement in running economy. And more importantly, the almost optimal condition for muscular work production of the soleus muscle, this means almost optimal force length potential and high enthalpy efficiency, was a result of an effective decoupling between muscle tendon and fascicle length, mainly due to the tendon compliance that was regulated by an appropriate muscle activation. The activation level of the soleus muscle increase in the first part of the stance phase, contracting the muscle while the muscle tendon unit is increased. The length of the muscle tendon unit is increased. This activation pattern not only prevents the muscle to be stretched, but also induces continuous shortening around the optimum of the force length curve and at high enthalpy efficiency. During muscle tendon unit shortening, this means during the propulsion phase, the soleus mg activity decreases and the tendon recoil, enabling high shortening velocities of the muscle tendon unit while maintaining the physical operating conditions close to the efficiency maximum. So, in conclusion, our results show that during the stance phase of running, when the human's body interacts with the environment in a spring-like manner, the soleus muscle acts as energy generator. In support to our earlier study, an exercise-induced increase of plantar flexor muscle strength and Achilles tendon stiffness reduce the metabolic energy cost of running. The proposed mechanism for this improvement is an alteration in the soleus physical velocity profile throughout the stance phase, which lead to a significantly higher enthalpy efficiency of the operating soleus muscle. The enthalpy efficiency was particularly increased in the phase of the muscle tendon unit lengthening, where the activation is high and the soleus generates an important part of the mechanical energy required for running. And finally, the almost optimal conditions for muscular work production of the soleus muscle was a result of an effective decoupling between muscle tendon unit and fascial length, mainly due to the tendon compliance. Thank you. I would also thank the Federal Institute of Sports Science from Germany for the financial support of this research, and of course my group in Berlin. Thank you.
Thank you, Adamantios, for this profound presentation of the new scientific knowledge in influence of tendinous tissues of locomotion. I have a first and maybe easy and short question. How does stretching influence this effect you told us of tendon elasticity? Do you have any information of that?
Okay, this is, I think, an important question, and also the last year, a lot of groups are working about the influence of tendon elasticity due stretching training. I think stretching cannot influence significantly the tendon properties because during stretching, the deformation of the tendons are quite limited. I think for the Achilles tendon, for example, we measured that is about 2%. This is very low to have an effect on the properties on the tendon. However, I think due to stretching, there are some effect on the elasticity of tendinous tissues within the muscle. Not direct the tendons, but tendinous tissues within the muscle fibers. This means these parallel elastic elements of the muscle.
Another maybe short answer and of a short question. You know that the African runners are much better in middle and long distance runners. Did you measure any differences in the elasticity of the Achilles tendon, for example?
Okay, yes, this is correct. And I think also there are a lot of evidence that these differences between the African and the Caucasian Honduras runners are not so many from physiological conditions. Physiological, I mean maximal oxygen consumption, but mainly due to the differences in running economy. We in Berlin, we don't have any data about African runners, but a group from Japan, Masaki Ishikawa, Professor Masaki Ishikawa has some results about that, and there are suggestions because the Achilles tendon morphology was different between Japanese and African runners, that the tendon stiffness to be higher in the African runners, and this leads link to our results that a higher tendon stiffness and muscle strength of the plantar flexion increases running economy.
Okay, thank you. And last question. Do you think that we can influence the tendon stiffness from external, for example, with a plantar fascia activation in the shoe, for example?
Also for the shoe, I don't think that is possible if you change the shoes to affect the Achilles tendon stiffness. Also, I don't think it's possible to change the Achilles tendon stiffness if you, for example, walk or run in barefoot. But using high loading during training, resistance training, that is possible to change to increase Achilles tendon stiffness.
So we have to train. There is no other way.
Yes, this is correct.
Okay. So thank you very much again for this nice talk, for this overview of the tendon stiffness, especially in the soleus and the Achilles tendon. Thank you again, Adamantios, Arampatzis, and I hope you will follow our sessions. They follow now. Next is Professor Steinacker, and in the afternoon we will hear Irene Davis and also Martin Fischer. So thanks again and goodbye to Berlin.
Bye-bye. We are welcome. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Simon Bamberger and I'm the founder and managing director of Bella Bambi. We are rethinking cupping from a fascial perspective. So we are primarily interested in A, the mechanical effects of the application of negative pressure, and B, the effects on the nervous system and body perception. We are working on researching and further improving applications that have been tried and tested for thousands of years. We are giving away a complete Bella Bambi multi and wish you every success.
Surprise, surprise, that's the prize you can win. We at Thermotrigger provide these innovation and new device that warms and cools as well as a contrast program between those two. It can be used for physiotherapeutic treatments. You get the Thermotrigger in this beautiful case. I am curious who will win it. Good luck, your Wolfgang Klausner from Thermotrigger.
Hi, I'm Nico from Blackroll. Healthy fascia needs proper regeneration, so we have put together a recovery package consisting of 3 things. The Blackroll pillow, the Blackroll blanket, and fittingly, access to the 3-hour online course Blackroll Recovery Expert. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed, and good luck!
So it is a pleasure to introduce Professor Steinacker, who is the head of the sports medicine department at Ulm University in South Germany. And so he's not only a clinician working with Olympic athletes and world-class soccer players from South German clubs, as you might know, they are quite elite players there, but also he's a researcher and he covers many fields of connective tissue research. And he actually was host of the last conferences, of Connect conferences, where we had extensive talks about inflammation. And so I'm very happy that he will give us his lecture now. And so I will hand over the microphone to Professor Steiner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Werner Klingler, for this kind introduction and also for the possibility to present here data. The problem of inflammation is always a problem which deals with a lot of medical doctors, with athletes, with physiotherapists. And what is the right inflammation? What is the right therapy? These are all problems which we have to share with. The challenges are that we have a lot of training schedules. We have high volume training, high intensity training. In a lot of sports, we have repetitive competitions, and coaches say, don't talk so much about not enough training. My athletes need more training. But we have the problem that athletes that do not perform as they should, like the plan said. We have infections coming, viral infection, and injuries. And these all lead to a lot of problems, which I will address in this lecture. The first issue, how the metabolism adapts to our inflammation process. Then we talk about damage and injury, and then the role of infection, and a few words what to learn from my practice. You know already this general adaptation syndrome concepts which we use in sport, that we have an original level of performance, and then with a training or with an injury, you get an alarm, the function of the system goes down. When you exhaust, you lose performance, but if you adapt, you get a simple compensation. And if it's ideal world, you get always, by more training, more performance. If you do it not well, you get a decrease of performance. And we've shown in several studies that the metabolic overload starts in the muscle and ends up with a lot of messages to the brain. Starts as a muscle, goes up to the brain. I just explain it here in this slide. The muscle in the central sends a lot of messages. When the muscle gets depleted of glycogen, of energy stores, he senses this and sends messages to the beta cell, which is in the pancreas. But also, you see the fat tissue is also connected, also in central, have a central efferents and send their messages to the brain. And depending on what kind of intensity the exercise has. Also inside the muscle, different messages are performed. If you have a substrate metabolism problem because you have a training with high intensity, high metabolic load, then you have specific pathways in the cells are increased to generate metabolic adaptation. If you have high intensity training and to want strength training, you get other adaptations. And these adaptations counteract each other. Low intensity to high intensity and to transcriptional adaptations. When you do training, you do also injury. We know that without injury, no adaptation. And you see here a slide of a muscle with injury, and the right you see a muscle of a mouse which has no injury. You clearly see the injury. The muscle swells and is inhibited. And you can see here you see a picture of the set disc of the muscle. You see here in the set disc, that's the normal part here. That's normal, and you see here inflammation in the set disc. Here is the same electronic microscopy. And you see here, this is a normal set disc, this is a turned set disc. And you see then afterwards that there is whole muscle fibers can be destroyed by overload. You see here, and you see inflammatory cells. When you look at the time course, you see here the damage is induced here, and then you see that the muscle is dissoluted a little bit, and then after 4 days you have a lot of inflammatory cells. You see the blue cells here in, and it goes then 7 days, day 7, the inflammation goes slightly away, and after 10 days everything is repaired. And so this is a normal course of a training response, but the real world is not like this model because we are not mice. And secondly, we do a lot of training. We do not only one training and wait for 10 days for regeneration. But in principle, we can learn from such model what is happening. We have an acute phase of the training response. We have a regenerative phase of the training response. And then we have a progressive phase where there is better function, hopefully, after the load. Very critical for that are satellite cells. Satellite cells are here depicted in the electron myograph as small cells, which here on this fluorescence, you see this satellite cell sitting on the fiber and waiting. And we know now there's a turnover. This is a resting myofiber, and you see a satellite cell. When you have the trauma, these cells are activated. Go to the injured fiber, repair this fiber, fusion, repair it, and generate new fibers or regenerate the myofiber. This is a circle which is done by training. But we see also that trauma has also other effects. And I have a good example here of musculoskeletal trauma in American football, where also this trauma could also introduce some messages to the body. So immune cells transmit a message to the endothelium, to the vascular muscle, and we see in football players in the American football a higher rate of hypertension because of this repetitive injuries, which cause messages to the body. So we can say that training could induce a systemic inflammation system because the local damage, the local inflammation can induce systemic inflammation, and the same injury can induce the same local and systemic inflammation. We see that in modern sport. I mentioned the slide from football, where you have a lot of collisions, and but we have to see that also from other sports. Also in modern soccer, modern European football, you have the same problems now. There's an interaction with regeneration when you try to inhibit inflammation and the pain. Well, as therapists, as doctors, we're interested in pain. We do icing, we can systemic ice baths, we do medications, and also physiotherapy. All these regeneration methods have the same problem. They inhibit regeneration. That's very clearly shown with non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. All this you see here is the myonuclear cells after damage. You see that this placebo, you get an increase in the inflammation, and this is delayed when you use NSAIDs. That means we have an impact of NSAIDs on the regeneration. We can inhibit inflammation, but we also inhibit regeneration. You see this here in another experiment, experiment, then you have no blocking of no NSAIDs and NSAIDs, and you see there is no change in the satellite cell response to the damage. And this is an important figure we should learn as therapists. And the same is also very important, and we come to you say about muscle. But muscles has also a lot of fibric tissue. We know there's connective tissue. The muscle is connected by connective tissue. And you see that also NSAIDs inhibit the collagen synthesis in tendons. I could show you a lot of data. You see here, collagen synthesis marker, rest after exercise. In the placebo group, when you use NSAIDs, you inhibit collagen synthesis. That means we have a counterbalance between our training response, which we need. We need an inflammation to promote growth in the muscle, in the tendons, but we have to control it. And we have to be very careful with our inhibition of the inflammatory process. The same is cryotherapy. With cryotherapy, you can effectively decrease the temperature. You see this ice pack? But you also see here on the cells, you have the satellite cells and the macrophages, non-icing and icing. With icing, you decrease effectively the inflammatory migration of cells into the tissue, but you're impairing also the regeneration. So, but sometimes it's very clever to do ice. It's very clever to do icing. It's very clever to cool, but we have to be always aware that it's only a temporary measure to inhibit the over-inflammation. Let's say if you have an acute injury, it's good to do ice, but for long-term icing, it's a difficult problem. When we don't control the icing, the inflammation, we get also fibrosis. That's a sketch. That's a normal, you say it's a perimysial, the capillaries, and you see a normal muscle. But if you don't control the inflammation, if you have permanent inflammation in the muscle, then you have a problem and you get more and more fibrosis. That's depicted here. We have more and more fibrosis, and the muscle skeleton is distorted, and you get a loss of muscle function. So we have now acute inflammation is beneficial, but have to be controlled. And it's a difficult question how to control the inflammation on the long term. When we do not control inflammation on the long term, we get easily in fibrosis and excessive production of connective tissue. I introduced to you another concept here, that all this damage which we are doing is related to a concept which is called dams and PAMs. Dams are damage-associated molecular patterns. That's the molecules which are generated by necrotic cells. And these molecules then are going to immune cells, to the so-called DAMP receptor, and then inflammatory cytokines are secreted, and this causes mobilization of the macrophages, creation of antibodies and neutrophils. And this process is very delicate. We have to, we need this process, but when it's not under control, then we get a problem. We can also explain why when fibrosis, chronic inflammation can lead to fibrosis, can also to chronic infiltration of nerves, and then reduction of consistent pain. The definition of this danger signal was also very helpful to explain why cell death and pathogens have the same metabolic message. So if you have training and there are pathogens at the same time in the body, then you have a double stimulation of the stem system, and you get a lot of stimulation of immune cells. This so-called dendritic cells then migrate with stimulated into the lymph node and stimulate T cell and the immune message. So pathogens and damage signals together stimulate the immune system. What is the difference between a good immune and a bad or worse immune? When you have a living cell and it's going to necrosis, then a lot of cell material with dams are released and recruit this DAM receptor to a pro-inflammatory response. When you have controlled training processes on the left side, then the cell goes to a process which is called apoptosis. This means the cell is controlled cell death, and the content of the cell is phagocyted by immune cells, and everything is repaired. So the danger comes from uncontrolled situations in the body. And it could be bacterial infection, viral infection, and these are the mainstays. In our modern world, we have in Western countries more to deal with viral infections. And we have now the viral infection of COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2, and the virus persistence creates a lot of necrosis in the body. So why is so? It's because the content of bacteria or viruses is considered to be very dangerous. We have now, we say, We know now training leads to these dams, and we know that virus infections and other infections cause an additional important signal. We have the hyperinflammation, which is then caused, is released by monocytes, eosinophils, and ferritin. That's our screening markers in the blood. And then when we see that there is a possibility of hyperinflammation, we go to special markers and we look for the organs which are involved. So it could, sometimes the connective tissue is involved, if you are prone to that. Could be the heart, could be the lung, could be other organs. Could be the brain, the nerve. And so we have now a differential diagnosis, which means we have post-viral or post-infectious hyperinflammation, post-traumatic inflammation, metabolic hyperinflammation, there's the old word overtraining, and we have clearly also inflammatory diseases like rheumatic disease or other diseases. I show you just, and we can detect it also in the blood. You see here, that's a post-COVID patient, and you see here clearly cytokine signal, which shows that we have here interleukin-1 increased, we have lipoprotein, binding protein increased, and TNF-alpha increased. That means we can detect such people. To summarize my lecture is, we know training leads to a metabolic adaptation. We have an acute early inflammation which is due to training and which is important. Immune cells and cellular cells promote regeneration. We have a damage-oriented metabolic pattern which promotes the signal. In infection, pathogens using the same signaling, and that makes it so complicated. We have to learn that this training with infection is a high risk for, particularly for athletes who train as high metabolic load. What have you learn for your practice that regeneration methods like NSAIDs and cryotherapy can inhibit inflammation, but also can inhibit regeneration. So inflammation is friend and foe, and I think we have to cope with that very importantly. Thank you very much.
Professor Steinacker, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. And I even saw some of your slides. There were some models I knew, so a very interesting talk. So let me ask you the first question. So you showed that inflammation is making the tissue prone to fibrosis. And so I wonder if we could prevent the buildup of fibrosis by doing exercise post-trauma, or at least a slight sort of exercise that the tissue, in order to align the tissue, that no fibrosis develops, but more or less the orientation of the fibers gets straight, and so it's a functional tissue.
I think it's a very important thing in training that you. The main problem is in sports with collisions and sport with traumatic sports. You have a problem that you, which makes it much more complicated, because then you have local injury, and it's very important that you very rapidly try to get rid of the edema, get rid of the blood, and get rid of and get perfusion again. And that means you need therapeutic measures like cryotherapy at the beginning to decrease the edema. You need then physiotherapy to walk out the edema. But you need also exercise. And that is a very important thing, that you maintain perfusion and decrease edema around the injured And this is something which is, it's easy for the surgeon to say, okay, we do a cast or we do a fixation for long term, but that leads to a real problem on the regeneration. And so we, in modern, I'm here at Connected Congress, where people are knowing that it's important to do mobilization without doing further injury. And that is really the issue of our training, of our therapy.
Okay, thank you very much. So another question, which is important for many athletes, I guess. What is the state of the inflammation? So I know that you do blood measurements and you can measure how much the macrophages in our blood are activated. And so as far as I know, many athletes during their career have a phase or several phases where they have inflammatory, let's say, a basal constitution. And so, and you could find out by blood measuring, am I right?
Yeah, it's possible. And it's not so easy. And at the very end, you can end with thousands of euros spent. But normally I recommend to measure monocytes. Differential blood count, it's easy, it's cheap. And we always look at the monocytes and the eosinophils. And we look at the level of how much these inflammatory cells are present in the differential count. If you have monocytes plus eosinophils, is a percentage of inflammatory cells. If it's below 8, it's low inflammation. It's above 10, it's higher. And then this next is that we have two acute phase proteins which are also in the routine lab. First is ferritin. Ferritin is sometimes complicated because we have sometimes iron deficiency. But ferritin should not be higher than 100 in the male athlete and not higher than 70 in the female athlete. If you look at the normal ranges of ferritin, you don't believe me, but that's a true fact. If you have increased ferritin, you have chronic inflammation. The other thing is CRP, but CRP does only help in bacterial infection.
So does it mean that the athlete, in his personal phase of his training, he can have an inflammatory background and he is not as competitive as in other times of the year maybe, and he it's not linked to his training and to his enthusiasm, but it's rather linked to his inflammatory activity in his body.
Yeah, I have not shown here, but this is important that we control the inflammatory background. We have athletes who train for long years, and maybe also soccer players, we get a lot of injuries because they have the position in the game to get a lot of personal impact, which have then ferritin levels of 200, 300. And then we have to look how to get the anti-inflammatory pattern down to normal. And that's very simple. Vitamin C, a lot of vegetables, vitamin D supplement, and maybe that's another lecture, how to deal with that, but we can also omega-3 fatty acids. And so we can modify it, but we cannot change it immediately. We have to modify it. Now we have every day in my practice, we have 2 or 3 of such patients with mainly post-viral. And we can explain this, then we do some cytokines. We can do some cytokines, it's not for the normal practice, but if you have this low training responses, fatigue, sleep disturbances, then you go to a specialist. And then we can measure a lot of things. This is possible today, and we can help the people.
Thank you. So please allow me one last question. And so as everybody's interested about the progress of the COVID disease all over the world, So I wonder, what's the impact on athletes?
We have now a program on post-COVID athletes. About 5 to 10% of athletes which get sick with COVID have a problem afterwards. We see performance decreases up to 50%. We have an athlete here with had formerly 60 milliliter of oxygen uptake per kilogram, now 30. So it's functional losing performance. He could have myocarditis, he could have pneumonia or fibrosis in the lung, which is difficult, but he could have a lot of other problems. I have karateka. She is national team member and she got serious brain problems. She has migraine-like pain. She has a slight paraplegia. So it could be very, very difficult. But SARS-CoV-2 makes the same inflammation as other viruses. But if you are prone to SARS-CoV-2, it's not good. And then we have to deal out what is the real problem. And that's another lecture. We are in the progress to understand SARS-CoV-2, but it's the same Th70 response, which I've shown a little bit as for other viruses. SARS-CoV-2 has the same PAMP pattern and increases a lot of these inflammatory processes, even if it's not persistent anymore. And this is self-promoting autoinflammatory response, which the virus promotes. But we are confident that we get most of the athletes back to performance. A little bit problem is with the lung. When you have damage to the lung, it's difficult to restore, but the heart, myocarditis patients get better and we get back in the myocardial function, and I hope also the brain function gets back in my athletes as well. So there's a lot of hope, but this virus is very potent.
Oh.
Better to be vaccinated.
Okay, so I hope this was a very good recommendation at the end. So in my opinion, it's important to get vaccinated as well. So I would recommend to have it done. I was vaccinated without any problems. So
yeah, I think it's very important, and I think athletes, I wrote in the German Journal of Sports Medicine editorial, we have to tell our politicians, athletes are important and athletes need to be vaccinated because they are young people. They don't die, but they lose a lot of their quality of life when they get injured by the virus. And therefore, we need them to be vaccinated.
Okay, last words of this very good presentation. Thank you again, Professor Steinacker, and hope to see you in person soon.
Yeah,
goodbye.
See you soon. Goodbye and thank you. And good luck for the Congress. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Simon Bamberger and I'm the founder and managing director of Bella Bambi. We are rethinking cupping from a fascial perspective. So we are primarily interested in A, the mechanical effects of the application of negative pressure, and B, the effects on the nervous system and body perception. We are working on researching and further improving applications that have been tried and tested for thousands of years. We are giving away a complete Bella Bambi multi and wish you every success.
Surprise, surprise, that's the prize you can win. We at Thermotrigger provide these innovation and new device that warms and cools as well as a contrast program between those two. It can be used for physiotherapeutic treatments. You get the thermotrigger in this beautiful case. I am curious who will win it. Good luck. Your Wolfgang Klausner from Thermotrigger.
Hi, I'm Nico from Blackroll. Healthy fascia needs proper regeneration, so we have put together a recovery package consisting of 3 things. The Blackroll pillow, the Blackroll blanket, and fittingly, access to the 3-hour online course Blackroll Recovery Expert. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed, and good luck!
Hello, my name is Simon Bamberger and I'm the founder and managing director of Bella Bambi. We are rethinking cupping from a fascial perspective. So we are primarily interested in A, the mechanical effects of the application of negative pressure, and B, the effects on the nervous system and body perception. We are working on researching and further improving applications that have been tried and tested for thousands of years. We are giving away a complete Bella Bambi multi and wish you every success.
Surprise, surprise, that's the prize you can win. We at Thermotrigger provide these innovation and new device that warms and cools as well as a contrast program between those two. It can be used for physiotherapeutic treatments. You get the Thermotrigger in this beautiful case. I am curious who will win it. Good luck, your Wolfgang Klausner from Thermotrigger.
I introduce you Carlos Pedret. He has his Ph.D. in medicine and is a sports medicine specialist from the University of Barcelona. His main activities is the diagnosis, treatment, and return to play process of the muscle tendon unit and muscle tendon injuries. Especially, he's focused on the ultrasound diagnostics and ultrasound guided procedures. He is the medical assessor of several professional athletes in the area of soccer, basketball, rugby, and tennis. And he will present how the knowledge of connective tissue is applied to daily medical practice.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I start my presentation. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you to the organizers for inviting me to speak in this very big and huge event. And I'm going to speak about how can we apply all the knowledge in the connective tissue to our daily practice in sports injuries. So first of all, I would like to also say that this is a work that I presented, but this is a work of a lot of people that we've been discussing about all these things during years, and now I think that we can have some clear points that I want to share with you. First of all, although a very recent and very good paper that says that injury incidence is decreasing in general in the last 18 soccer seasons, this is if we focus in muscle injuries, the incidence of muscle injuries is still growing. So we know that there is, for example, in professional football, in this paper for 2019, we know that muscle and tendon injuries are really increasing in the world of football, especially in the thigh, which is the most affected area. And even our all efforts to decrease that incidence, the injuries only in muscle and tendon are really increasing, and in the recent years. The first thing that we need to understand is about histology. Here we can see some samples from the day zero, the 0 hours of a muscle injury, and here we can see the evolution of this muscle injury through all these stages of histologic regeneration of this muscle. And the first thing that we need to understand is that histologically, the tissue cannot be repaired in less than 3 weeks. This is very important because, as you know, we put players into the field again in less than 3 weeks, because we always are playing in the risk-benefit balance. But you need to understand that in less than 3 weeks, in less than 21, 28 days, as you can see here, a muscle injury cannot be completely repaired. And this is very important. So when we have a muscle injury, we all know that there are some stages in this repair process histologically. So we have first a degeneration phase, an inflammation stage, and then a regeneration phase, and finally a fibrotic or a fibrosis phase. This is well known, and what we really want is to improve or to have a regeneration phase longer, and to decrease or to have a fibrotic stage smaller or not so long. But this is quite difficult to understand, because every single stage is very important to make the other one to start. So there are a lot of neurotransmitters, a lot of pathways that makes one stage to stop and to start the other one. So if we could play, our main goal is to try to increase the regeneration phase and try to avoid as much as possible the fibrosis stage. This is quite interesting, and this is a very recent article in 2019 that says that maybe the inflammation stage has a very important role in that transition to the fibrosis, because it says that if there is a persistent infiltration of inflammatory cells, we can see the inflammatory cells infiltration here with the asterisk, as we can see, and here in the first line, we can see the regeneration of the muscle with a very limited infiltration inflammatory cells in time, and the fibrotic muscle here when the inflammatory infiltration cells are quite longer in time. So it says that it could have a very important role in the evolution towards a remodeling stage of the muscle, or to a fibrotic stage of this muscle injury. But the first important question we need to understand and we need to know is what is exactly the fibrosis? Why it is so important to understand what is a fibrosis in terms of muscle injury in sports medicine? Because we always speak about a fibrotic scar tissue or a soft scar tissue, but what is a fibrosis? The fibrosis means that there is a reparation of the muscle injury. So there is a decrease on the muscle fiber size. There is an increase of the collagen content, an increase of myofibroblasts, an increase of stiffness, inflammatory cells, and especially an increase of myofibrillar disorganization. So if we make a big and a quick summary of what is a fibrosis, we can say that it's an excessive and disorganized amount of connective tissue that it's just put in the region of the muscle with the muscle injury. So this is important to understand. And if we have a comparison in histologic samples, and this is a normal skeletal muscle sample, we can see the difference between a regeneration and a fibrosis. Look here, there is a satellite cell, there is a lot of nucleus here, more than here, that is normal, but look the difference between the fibrotic muscle and the regeneration muscle. And obviously, what we really need is a regeneration of this muscle injury. But which factors can predict the evolution of a muscle injury towards a fibrosis? So the most important thing that we found is that the extension of the injury, which is quite normal, and the disruption of the endomysial structure and connective tissue. Here we have some beautiful electronic microscope images that we can see that this is the connective tissue structure of the muscle. So we may think that these are the muscle fibers, but not. The muscle fibers go inside these cells we can see here. So the main structure of the muscle is formed by connective tissue. And this is very important, as we will see in the next slides. This is a very, very recent editorial article in Apunt's Sports Medicine. This is from this month. And it talks about the musculotendinous transition of the extracellular matrix. So how is this region, the myotendinous junction, transition between the muscle and the tendon in terms of connective tissue? And this is very important because if we make a summary, because this is very important because the myotendinous junction is the place where the most injuries occur. So if we make a fast summary of what happens here, we can say that histologically the epimysium continues with the epitendon, as we can see here in the blue thick line. The perimysium directly continues with the tendon. We can see here the perimysium, this small, this sky blue thin lines here that continues with the tendon, which is this part of here. But the endomysium wouldn't have continuity with the endotendon. And this is quite really important, as we will see, because if we understand this structure, we can understand that the muscle contraction is a three-dimensional process. People might think, well, that's quite normal. We all know that. Yeah, but sometimes we look at the images, at the imaging tests, such as ultrasound, MRI, and we see the muscle contraction, or and we imagine the muscle contractions in videos in a two-dimensional process. So we can think that the muscle just makes shortening and lengthening, but we need to understand that when the muscle is shortening, it also increases its thickness. So it's a three-dimensional process, and what permits this three-dimensional process contraction, it's the extracellular matrix collagen that can transmit also lateral forces of this contraction, influencing shape and gearing of every muscle. And if we move to the bibliography about that, we start thinking that anatomically, there is not an schema of bone, tendon, muscle, tendon, bone. This is very primitive and simple. We need to understand that this is all a continuity in terms of tissue, and the most important problems in terms of injuries we have, it's in intramuscular tendon injuries. So in the connective tissue that is inside the muscle. Pollock and in his team in 2014, he said and makes the description of this intertendinous tendon injury, intertendinous muscle injury, which you can see here. If we move to 2017, Dr. Valle and a lot of people makes a clinical application and are trying to make a classification of muscle injuries according to mechanism, location, grade, and re-injury. But very important, the location and the exact structure affected, how many connective tissue structure is affected. And in 2019, they add a superscript R for intramuscular tendon injury. So the only important thing, this is a very complete classification, but the only important thing to know is that it's very, very difficult to make it reliable in our daily practice, because it's a very, very complex alphanumeric code for every muscle injury, because it's very specific. So it's very good, but it's quite difficult to apply in our daily practice. So as I said, this is much more complex than bone, tendon, muscle, tendon, bone. Every tissue has its continuity. If we have this schema, we can see that we can have the tendon or aponeurosis. We can have the paratendon and the fascia, which is a continuity, and the epimysium here. It's difficult for me to speak about histology in this Congress because I'm I'm not a basic researcher. I'm a clinical practitioner. But for most of the people that don't stay in the laboratory with microscopes, I think that this example, I would say, it would be really useful for them. If we take a sample of a tendon, aponeurosis, and the fascia, and we give the samples blinded to an histologist, and we say to him, hey, look at this and tell me what's your opinion. The histologist probably is going to say to me that these are the same exact tissue, with the only difference that there is much more collagen, organization, or disorganization. So in fact, if we make a very, very brief summary, it's a matter of thickness. The tendon, it's a very thick and organized. It's a less thicker, but still organized collagen structure. And the fascia, it's a very disorganized and loose collagen structure. So it's important to understand this kind of a matter of thickness, because it's one of the important points when we assess injuries in sports medicine. And this allows us to speak about myotendinous injuries, the ones affected the region of the tendon or the aponeurosis, and the ones affected just the muscle and the fascia. We can call it myofascial junction injuries, but all of them in global are myoconnective junction injuries, part of muscle, part of connective tissue. And this is the main basis of what we're going to speak. So if we go into this connective tissue in the myotendinous junction, we know that we can have a tendinous affection, as Pollock says in 2014. Myotendinous affection, look that there is an integrity of this aponeurosis, but the muscle fibers attached to it are completely ruptured. And finally, we can have a pure intramuscular tendon injury quite far away from any connective tissue. If we are really, really academic, it's very difficult to speak about pure intramuscular injury, because every time there is a very, very small connective tissue affected due to endomysial structure, as we speak, and the perimysial structure that we said before. But we can say that is intramuscular in terms of prognosis, because the main affection is in muscle, in the muscle belly, not affecting the aponeurosis or the tendon. And finally, the myofascial injuries that affects the muscle attachment to the fascial tissue here. So in peripheral muscles, we can have these, as we said, but also in intramuscular tendon, like rectus femoris, for example, we can also have the same kind of injuries. A tendon injury with a complete disruption or gap in that tendon, a myotendinous or a pure intramuscular injury. Let's see some examples. Look here in this common tendon of the hamstrings, there is a complete gap here, just subacute in this case, but look that there is a complete gap. So we have here a tendinous injury. The tendon is completely torn. Look here that the tendon, which is in these MRI images, is the black thin line that you can see here. Here, for example, is completely normal. We cannot see any gap here, but we can see edema laterally and surrounding it. So this is just a myotendinous injury. And finally, we can see here just edema in the muscle belly. So we can speak this in terms of a pure muscular injury. If we move, for example, to the rectus femoris and its central tendon, we can see images like this, which is a complete rupture of the central tendon of the rectus femoris. We can see this one. The central tendon is correct, but we can see the rupture of the muscle fibers attaching to it. So this is a myotendinous injury. And finally, quite far away from the tendon, we can see an intramuscular injury. This is not just in terms of definition. this has a practical applicability because all of these injuries are completely different in terms of prognosis and even in terms of treatment. This is absolutely for sure the worst prognosis. Has this one, it's also a quite difficult injury, but better prognosis than this one. And this one has a little time for a return to play. So the prognosis in intermuscular injuries is very, very good. Let's see some example. If we move to the myotendinous junction, it affects the myotendinous junction of the tendon and the aponeurosis. These are the most common injuries that we can have in sports practice. We can see it in hamstrings, common tendon, rectus femoris, adductor longus. We can see some of these stages, but what we really need to know is that what we can see here, for example, is the common tendon of the hamstrings. Look that we have here a myotendinous junction, as we said before. We can see the line, the black line of the tendon quite correct, but look here, a little bit distal. There is a tear on the tendon. So this is a combination of a myotendinous injury with a tendinous injury. So that increases the return to play time because the connective tissue is much more affected than if only is it a myotendinous junction injury. So, and obviously this is an MRI field. This is the only thing as we can apply this accurate diagnosis is with a good performed MRI. Another one, look at this isle here, this big hematoma in the middle of the rectus femoris, for example. Look in the axial plane that this hematoma is just not affecting the muscle belly. It moves into the interfascial space between the rectus femoris and the vastus medialis. And look also that in the ultrasound scan is a video. It's very hard to define it as well as in the MRI. We move down, we can see that something is happening here, and we can just see when the hematoma it's moving towards the fascial space here. So here we have some myotendinous junction affection and a pure intramuscular also injury. So this is very important to try to differentiate the different patterns and the different involvement of extracellular matrix affection in this kind of injuries. Let's have some words about the myofascial injuries. Normally they have a good prognosis with a delayed hematoma. We can see the hematoma just 1-2 days after the acute event. And it is typical in the rectus femoris especially, and also the adductor longus. But first of all, let's see a video about the fascia, and we will understand the difference between the fascial tissue and the myofascial unit and the myotendinous unit. Let's see. I am here with an anatomic dissection. Look that I am not cutting anything. I'm just separating the tissue. Look here. I am now separating. I'm going to try to stop the video here just to see this very, very mild and loose attaches between the muscle and the fascia tissue. These are very loose and very mild. This is a very soft connection between the muscle and the fascia. This is very, very different from the connection between the muscle fibers and the tendon or aponeurosis tissue, which is very, very strong in order to produce strength. So this is very important also in terms of injury. Let's continue and look that I am separating and look these connections very, very mild and very soft. If we make a review in this fascial nomenclature update and consensus statement, this is very interesting because most of people in sports medicine and sports clubs and people that is taking care of athletes really have a little bit of confusion in the terms of fascia. And we really need to understand that this is not the same a fascia, a concrete and individual fascia, that the fascial system of the whole body. This is very, very important. And if we move to this, another consensus statement, we can see that it's very important to differentiate that two concepts. So we have a fascial system, which is like a spider web inside the body. I demand permission to use that example. It's like a spider web that makes all the organs to stay containers and envelope and around all the organs in the body. We can see also every single fascia of every muscle that is a sheet of thin and dissectable connective tissue that attach every separate muscle or organs. And it's also important to understand that this internal structure of the fascial tissue, it's collagen fibers, disorganized collagen fibers in a semi-liquid ground substance. So it is very important to understand that we have this schema again, and we need to understand that we can have injuries. Here is the fascia tissue. We can have injuries here in the myotendinous junction, or we can have injuries here in the myofascial junction. Here, the attach between the muscle and the tendon is strong. And here, as we saw, the attach between the muscle and the fascia tissue is very soft. So if we have an injury here, we will have a very small hematoma because it's contained by the tendon or the aponeurosis, and it will be inside the muscle. But if we have the injury here, as the fascia tissue is very loose connective tissue and the connections between muscle and fascia, it's very soft, we can have a big hematoma here with a deformation of this fascia tissue. And we can also differentiate if there is an injury that only affects the connection between muscle and fascia without a fascial rupture, which could be this case with a big hematoma contained between the muscle and the fascia, or if there is also a fascial rupture, then the hematoma will go everywhere. So we can differentiate also this kind of injury. And although that we can see a bigger hematoma than, for example, in myotendinous or tendinous injuries, we need to understand that this injury is much more, it has a very good prognosis in comparison to the myotendinous one or the tendinous one. And here we see some examples of a myofascial or fascial injuries. Look, this is a rectus femoris. This is the rectus femoris central tendon that we will see it correct all the time. And look here, we are in this region here, very proximal. Look here, we can see the fascia, and there is a rupture of the fascia of the rectus femoris, not of the fascia of the vastus lateralis in that case. And we can see, I put a video again, a small hematoma in that rupture here. This is a professional football player that he had that injury on a Tuesday, and he played perfectly on Saturday with this hematoma, because we move according to sensation in that kind of injuries. This is not a severe injury, but look at that one. It's almost the same, but we can see here both fascias. So this is a myofascial rupture. You can see the hematoma here. And this is also a very good prognosis injury. This is another professional football player. But in this case, due to bad feelings, bad sensation, the return to play process delayed for 12 days. But as you can see, there is a quite weak hematoma inside the muscle, but this is not an important injury. And it is also important to understand that if, as I said before, it's a matter of thickness, we need to understand that these injuries that historically had been called a myofascial injuries, such as tennis leg here, or the disattachment of the rectus femoris from the vastus intermedius, these are not myofascial injuries. These are myoaponeurotic injuries. And this is very important because these are not good prognosis injuries, because there is affection of the aponeurosis here, or even the tendon. We have here the patellar the quadricipital tendon. And if we move proximally, we have the aponeurosis of the rectus femoris fibers and the attachment of the rectus femoris muscle, which is completely disattached. And here the same with the medial gastrocnemius. So some people historically named these injuries as a myofascial. These are not myofascial injuries. These are myoconnective, myotendinous injuries, sorry. And finally, we move to the central tendon injury. We can have different types of injury. Look, in that case, there is a complete disruption of the central tendon injury. So the connective tissue is completely ruptured. Look in this longitudinal scan that here we can see the tendon. Here, there is nothing except hematoma. And here, another, again, the central tendon. So a complete rupture of the central tendon is a very severe injury in every sports athlete. And this, it's a myotendinous. This is a degloving injury in specific terms, but look that the central tendon is quite normal and there is a complete disruption of the fibers surrounding it. This was described for Cross et al. In 2004 as a bull's eye injury, but as you can see, it's much more similar to the Soudon's eye injury. So if we look at it in ultrasound, it's very interesting to see the connective tissue involvement, not only in the transversal plane where we can see in every time the central tendon, but look in the longitudinal plane. Two important things to take into account and to look at. Let me stop the video again, just here. Okay, look that the central tendon is quite normal. There is a complete rupture of every structure surrounding it, but note two important things. When the central tendon ends, all the muscle fibers and septums are going to the tip of the central tendon of the rectus femoris. And look, the most deepest part of the rectus femoris, that it seems that the important injury that we have surrounding the central tendon is not with them. So the fibers in the deepest part are completely normal. And this is very, very important because it seems that the rectus femoris act like a muscle within a muscle. So it is important to understand this. Central tendon correct, completely disattachment and the glowing of every fiber surrounding it, but the deepest part is completely normal. And you can see here that the distal part of the rectus femoris is also completely normal. So really important concepts in injuries and imaging. Muscle injury degree is not directly related with prognosis. It's important. It's not how many centimeters of rupture I have. It doesn't mind. It doesn't mind. The most important thing is to understand how much connective tissue is affected. In the same injury, if we have two injuries affecting the central tendon of the rectus femoris or the common hamstring tendon injury, then we have to look about how big is that injury. But the most important thing is the location of that injury in every muscle group. This is very, very important because the length of the muscle injury understood as the longitudinal major axis does not always mean worse prognosis. And there are a lot of articles in the recent years that it's going in that direction. So, as I said, location first and anatomical description of the injury. In 2013, Comyn started with this paper that says that injuries affecting the common tendon of the hamstrings, even if it was very, very small affections such as this one, has a very longer return to play in comparison to that without affection of the common tendon. In another publication, Pollock and collaborators in 2015 also said that intratendinous muscle injury, the one they described the year before in 2014, is the one that have a higher return to play and a higher percentage of re-injuries. And this is about the connective tissue affected. And Prakash and collaborators in 2017 also said that every injury in the soleus muscle that affects any of these connective aponeurosis or central tendon that the soleus has a very longer return to play. And the difference can be between 14 days in mean without affecting the connective tissue, without rupturing that connective tissue, to 70 days of return to play if there is any rupture of this aponeurosis inside the soleus muscle. So obviously, if we know how much connective tissue is affected, and if there is affected, we can make or estimate much better the prognosis of every injury we have. And without all of these, we did some classification. I don't really like to speak about the classification because it's an anatomical description of every injury, individualized to every player. Because we can have as classical classification, we can have a classification in terms of the mechanism of injury, an indirect mechanism and a direct mechanism. So direct mechanism, we cannot do anything. There is a contusion or laceration, so it's not quite important for us in terms of definition. But in terms of the degree in the indirect mechanism, we can have a partial rupture, which can be mild or moderate according to classical classifications, a complete rupture, which can be total or subtotal, and disinsertion or avulsion. And here is what we add. It's according to the connective tissue affected. So we can have myotendinous rupture, intramuscular ruptures, or myofascial ruptures. So we have here a description in terms of the injury mechanism, in terms of the degree of the injury, and also in terms of the connective tissue affection. If we move to the peripheral muscles, such as the biceps femoris, we can go deeper in that anatomical description because we can have a complete transversal affection at one level. This is an example with a rope and a sheep rope, which is very, very characteristic, and it's quite interesting to look at it because it's very understandable. At one level, or a complete transversal injury, but at different levels. This is very important because you may think, well, yeah, it's okay, but it's at last it's a complete transversal tendon injury. Yeah, but take into account one thing. If we look at this one, for example, and you look at it with ultrasound, you will probably see, if you have the skills, obviously, you will see that there is a complete gap. When you scan the tissue with the ultrasound, you can see that there is a complete gap in the connective, in that tendon. But if you scan this one with an ultrasound, you won't see a complete gap. You will see that something is happening in all this tendon trajectory, but as the fibers are superposed, you cannot see a complete gap just with ultrasound. But you can see it with MRI, for example. And in terms of partial injuries, we can have longitudinal splits of the tendon, of intramuscular tendons. We can have transversal splits, or even mix it. Transversal, longitudinal without retraction, or transversal and longitudinal with retraction. So look how deep we can go in this anatomical description. And if we move to central intramuscular and myofascial ruptures very fast, we can see central aponeurosis ruptures, which can be surrounding the central tendon, which is called a paraseptal injury, but the septal or the central tendon is completely normal. We can have a complete gap of the central tendon, the same as we saw before. Intramuscular rupture that affects the muscle belly, but not the central tendon, or the myofascial rupture that just affects the loose connective tissue that we saw before. But we talk about imaging, anatomical, and histological composition, but it's very important for our daily practice that we need to understand that this is just a small part of our job, because when we assess the return to play process of an individual athlete, we need to look at all these things that we can see here. And when assessing these things that we have spoken in this speech, we're just talking about anatomy, histological composition, biological process, or clinical and diagnosis imaging. Very, very important to understand which is the injury that we have, but then we need to assess all these aspects for the return to play accurate process. And finally, as a conclusion of this speech, muscle injuries should never be standardized, neither in treatment nor in prognosis, neither by muscle group nor even within the same muscle. The best prognosis factor that we can have and what give us more information is the exact location of the muscle injury and the structures that are affected inside it. There is great importance of the myoconnective architecture of every muscle, especially regarding the prognosis of every injury. The more connective tissue affected, the worse prognosis. Also, based on a precise diagnosis, athletes with muscle injury and associated connective tissue lesions should be treated with specifically tailored methods. It means individualized. It is also important to understand that although there are consensus papers and very clarifying papers in that area, the term fascial or myofascial injuries is not yet well established and it's quite confused. And it is essential to have a diagnosis as accurate, secure, and concrete as possible, and obviously unified nomenclature, because it is much more difficult to treat what we don't understand, even more what we don't know. So thank you very much for the invitation, as I said before, and for your attention.
Thank you very much for this impressive presentation. Maybe we can just since time is a little bit running, I would just ask you one or two little questions. As you talked about the intermuscular tendon injuries, and that you can really make a good diagnosis only with the MRI, how do you decide which one of your athletes do you put into MRI and which one doesn't need? Because if you're not FC Barcelona or FC Bayern or some NBA team, then not every athlete will have access to get an MRI for every muscle or muscle tendon injury.
Yeah, this is an interesting question. If it's possible, and if you want to go really deep and accurate to the diagnosis, you need an MRI. But I understand that most amateur clubs or amateur athletes don't have the MRI to disposal. Then we have two options. First one is ultrasound, which is much more practical and daily practice availability. And with the ultrasound, we cannot go that deep, but we can really know if there is a intratendinous effect, intramuscular tendon affection. And then we will know that the return to play time is longer, and that we need to be a little bit more conservative than normal. And if we don't have the ultrasound and we just have the clinical test, then it's very difficult. But according to that clinical test, we need to assess really good the function and go much more conservative than normal.
Okay.
The thing is, if the injury is very mild, like a fascial injury or myofascial injury or intramuscular injury, the patient will be very good in terms of feelings in 48, 72 hours, very, very fast. if there is an affection of an intertendon muscle injury, then the clinical aspects will be much more longer. So we need to assess in that case.
Coming to the second question, which is a little bit based on the first one, what would you recommend for therapists when they have an athlete with an musculo connective tissue injury? Because you cannot give all of them an MRI. Is there anything how they can decide, please go to the doctor, or just let it go?
I think this is really important, because we really need a diagnosis. So it's impossible to treat correctly something that we don't know what is exactly. So we always need diagnosis, and this diagnosis, as I said in the speech, it must be quite accurate. So if any therapist or anyone has the minimum doubt about the diagnosis, he should try to find the correct diagnosis. If it cannot be with an MRI, it can be with an ultrasound, but we need to understand what we are treating, because if not, we treat just empirically, and that is what we cannot do with athletes and sports people. We need to know exactly what we are treating to make the return to play process as fast and secure as possible.
And in your experience, this would reduce the number of re-injuries in the future?
Absolutely. In fact, the main problem with the sports athlete, it's the re-injury. It's not the main injury. With the main injury, it's difficult to act before it happens. But if we have a lot of re-injuries, then maybe the problem is ours. It's our fault, maybe, because we don't know exactly how to manage that kind of injuries. So if we do it correctly, in the correct timing, and with the correct progression of exercise treatment, the re-injury risk, it's never zero, but we decrease it a lot. And this is the most important thing in terms of the return to play decision-making process, to avoid future re-injuries.
Okay. Thank you very much for this presentation and for these very practical implications. It was a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Nico from Blackroll. Healthy fascia needs proper regeneration, so we have put together a recovery package consisting of 3 things. The Blackroll pillow, the Blackroll blanket, and fittingly, access to the 3-hour online course Blackroll Recovery Expert. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed, and good luck!
Hello and welcome to this lecture with Professor Martin Fischer. It is a very big privilege and joy for me to introduce you here. You are an evolutionary biologist, a zoologist, and also a movement scientist. And Professor Martin Fischer is chair of the Department of Special Zoology and Evolutionary
biology at the University of Jena. And there he is also director of the Philetic Museum, which I can highly recommend. And next to you, you also have Dr. Heiko Staug, who also works in your laboratory, in your department, and he will be part of your lecture. Together with my co-host, Katja Bartsch, we are very much looking forward to your presentation. Welcome, Martin Fischer.
So, thank you, Robert Schleip. Thank you all of us for inviting me to this congress. I really appreciate giving this talk because this talk has different aspects. And being an evolutionary biologist, I really like to talk about evolution of throwing. And being an anatomist, I like to talk about morphological changes accompanying throwing in all these evolutionary aspects. The first slide, of course, should simply show you that how much we would like to see you, Heiko and me, would like to see you in the audience. And this is the talk we are going to give now. And Robert already mentioned that we are host in the town or city, sorry, it's a city, in the city of Jena, although we feel it's a town. And the city of Jena is a very traditional place for javelin. Javelin has a very long tradition. We had Petra Felke, an Olympic champion in 1988, and till today, world record holder with the so-called old javelin, 80 meters, you see here and there. We are not talking about circumstances in these days, how to throw this distance. And the still Olympic champion of 2016, Thomas Röhler. You will see this young man very often during my talk because Thomas and me, we work together, we give talks together, and we discuss issues of connective tissue and fascia. And I still remember the moment Robert Schleip was visiting Jena and Thomas Röhler was there. And Robert asked Thomas, would you mind if I would measure with sonography some of your fascia? And Thomas took off his shirt, all of us deeply impressed by what we saw, very deeply impressed. And then Robert did this sonography of the pectoralis muscle and some shoulder muscle, but mainly the pectoralis muscle. And the fascia in there was twice as thick as on the contralateral side. And I think, Robert, you have never seen this before. I think this was really a moment where all of us were struck how this young man builds up his body. And also there's a long-term study to see whether he over the year had like ups and downs in building up and decreasing strength of fascia. Overarm throwing is absolutely unique to humans. There is no other organism on earth able to do an overarm throw. So this is really something we should first start with, that it's unique. There are not so many things unique to us in biology, but this is unique. And there I give you one of the fundamental of what we talk today. It's, of course, the paper by Neil Roach from 2013, Elastic Energy Storage in the Shoulder and the Evolution of High-Speed Throwing in Homo, so in humans. This is one of the fundamental papers. And I would love to take your attention to the new issue of fascia in sport and movement. And there you will find chapter 33 written by Jena people, Christian Puter, Thomas Stalten and me. And I really love to read with you the first paragraph of of this chapter. Overarm throwing is a concert of single motions of almost all the muscles and fascia, from the tip of the hallux to the tip of the index. It's probably the only motion doing this. Throwing conforms to an individual program. No two people throw in exactly the same way. It is a matter of talent, and even top athletes, throwers, can enhance their performance by just 10%, as Thomas told us once, and we asked other sportsmen and javelin throwers, and they all say the same. We started at a certain distance and we could improve this distance only by 10%. And last but not least, throwing shows the highest gender difference in motion performance. You cannot learn to throw. You can just improve your talent, your gift to throw. This Petra Felke, the Olympic champion '88, once told me that when she was a girl of 8 years, she was out here, there's a so-called Saale River, quite a big river, and she was the only one among all boys and girls at the time who could throw to the other coast of this river. So she was talented at 8 years to do this. And again, you cannot learn to throw. It's like programmed in your mind and in your body if you can do this or not. And we all remember this. But before I start with talking about throwing and talking about bipedalism and bipedal locomotion, I would love to remind you, I'm a zoologist, I'm an evolutionary biologist, that there is absolutely a group successful, not in throwing, but in bipedal locomotion. We have 10,000 birds being bipedal, but we have only one species of mammals being bipedal, and this is humans. So bipedalism is not like a strategy of success in us humans. We have to compensate a lot because we are bipedal. It's in humans, it's not an advantage, it's more something we have to compensate. And some other mammals they can learn to walk bipedal. It's the famous Japanese macaque. It's from the lab of Ogihara. And so you see these Japanese macaques, they are traditionally trained to be bipedal. And now comes a nice striking moment. Japanese macaque acquire habitually the spine, and this spine, this is the normal spine of a quadrupedal Japanese macaque, and this is the spine of an upright walking Japanese macaque. It develops the same S shape as we have in humans, habitually and not genetically. It's the same in us humans. Okay. What we are doing in Jena when we study human locomotion, we very often study EMGs. So we are particularly interested in muscular activities, and we found a way to translate them into these quite nice animations where you see when the muscle is becoming red or deeply red, it's activated. It's part of this muscle activated and not another one. This and what Heike will give you later is all based on the so-called Visible Human Project. This Visible Human Project is based on a very discussed situation. This is a man, meanwhile it's also a woman. This man was sentenced to death, and being against sentence to death, I would say he was murdered. And before he was then killed, he sacrificed his body to science. And you see that at the time, it's 90s, there were CTs and so on, and then his body was completely sliced. This is also unique. It's a unique source of information. And we'll come back to this. So from this, you can, using all the slides, and you can rebuild the body. And so this is an animation of the muscles of this poor man, and you see the activation. And this leads us now slowly by slowly to one main aspect of humans. And we can only throw because we have this aspect. Look at him. Look how broad he is at the shoulders. And if you take the articular width here, it's close to half of shoulder width. And also he's not really wasted, but you can see this body shape. And so take this in mind. I'll come back in 2 or 3 slides. We know from fossils that upright walking evolved more than 6 million. Today we even discuss more than 7 million years ago, with a body size of less than 1.30 meters. So humans, or those becoming humans at the end of this evolutionary process, were quite small when they started to evolve bipedalism. So anything we have to explain in evolution is, what is the advantage of somebody being 1.30 meters, 1.10 meters to walk upright? And one of the moments which occurred early in evolution, already on the so-called Australopithecines, is that body shape changed. Here you see the chimpanzee, and if you slice 4 segments of a chimpanzee body, you will see that the moments of inertia are more or less the same. And if you would do this, or you do this same in humans, you can see that the shoulder has a totally different moment of inertia than the waist. So early in evolution, it's the development of the waist, a crucial moment. You see this in this man from behind, you see this body shape here, and this body shape is partly because us humans, we have more lumbar vertebrae than chimpanzees. We increase the number of lumbar vertebrae. And this leads to a unique mode of locomotion, okay? Those who cannot read this in German, it's a so-called erotic photograph around 1900. I always ask myself, what was erotism at the time, but I'm not talking about this. So the waist allows action like a torsional spring. So what you can see is that the upper part of the body and the lower part, they actually work counterwise, and this counterwise motion of it then leads to the possibility of elastic energy storage in the connective tissue, exactly in those connective tissues associated with the waist. So we would expect up here and here and here different distributions. And this motion of this torsional spring is of course caused by arm swinging and leg swinging. And these are also on the contralateral side. So during each step, when you really walk perfectly and not with your hands in your pockets and stiff like this, but if you walk, you turn your upper body against your lower body, and it's only possible in a waist. So let's put it that way. Everybody should have a waist to walk properly. And this waist, an important step in evolution, makes the human body form looking like a hyperboloid. It's like a nuclear chip. But you see this here. And now you can imagine that when you already use this torsional spring during locomotion, how much more you will use this torsional spring when you start to throw. This is the fundamental prerequisite for any kind of throwing motion. This is the reason why chimpanzees, there are some chimpanzees trying to throw, but it's completely a throw coming out of the arm with no body associated. So this is what makes us unique. And it's, I already pointed it out, it's close to double shoulder by glenoid width, then pelvic by acetabular width. So here, from here to here, and from the glenoids. This is important when we come to the discussion of Heiko's new results on connective tissue and tissue distribution. Hartmut Witte already 25 years ago published a paper on this counterwise rotation and torsion spring and showed how these motions need to interact around the center of gravity. I'm not going deeply into this, just showing you that this is well known since quite a time. When I did, Robert told you that I'm also director of the so-called Phyletic Museum, a unique museum which is only dedicated to show evolution and phylogeny. So we are not a natural history museum, we are really a specialized museum. And you take a look into this new hall on human evolution, and now I can show you that you follow the line of evolution. This is more than 6 million years ago, the split between chimpanzees and us. And then you see that bipedal locomotion with the more or less chimpanzee trunk started. And now we come This is the famous Lucy. And now we come to 3 million. And then at 3 million, running evolves, and sometimes later, nobody knows when. There's not one clear data on this, not even discussed, because we don't have an indication. We can only say that it's after running evolved. So evolution of running is minimum 3 million years. So throwing can only be younger than 3 million years. And that's all. Give me 10 seconds to show you running. Of course, the art of sprinting, and it's of course Usain Bolt. Most of you will know, you're sports people, you will know that he needs around 19 to 21, 22 steps for 70 meters. From meter 30 to meter 100, he needs just around 20 steps. See this torsion? See everything here? See the shoulders? This is perfect running. And of course, world record. And I love this graph because it shows that he loses a lot of time until he is around 40 kilometers per hour. Then he gets what we call its traveling speed. And this traveling speed is 42, 43 kilometers. And he needs less than a second for 10 meters. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. And so, yeah, this is the art of sprinting. When we ask, it's modern to ask gender questions. So when we go into gender differences in bipedal locomotion, so sprinting, marathon running, walking, we see that before puberty, it does not exist. And post-pubescent, it's 6 to 10%. This is not so much. So if you compare the world records in 100-meter running, in marathon, and in 20-kilometer walking, this shows you that the differences here, there are differences, but they are not so striking than what comes now. These are gender differences in throwing. Already, young boys and girls show significant differences. There's one, I love this one study. There's one study comparing more than 100 boys and girls of more than 100 different communities all over the world, and it's all over the world. It's more or less the same. American boys are best in general when they are 8 years old, and Aborigines girls from Australia are best at 8 years old girls. So they are the best communities. A 4-year-old boy accelerates a tennis ball, I wrote this down for me, to 42 kilometers, 4-year-old boy. A 13-year-old boy shows a mean acceleration of 61. And girls of the same communities are always 30% less performing, except for these Aborigines girls, they are 22% lower performance. This is, I said it at the beginning, the one motion in humans with the highest gender difference. And I said it also, it's a gift if you can throw or not. So it's an unequal distribution of talents between boys and girls. The ontogeny of throwing, it's work from young, you can see in 2009, and this already shows us that how this young boy tries to do part of the throwing motion, which I explain in a minute. And this comes from a study in Münster, a colleague of us. And I need not to tell you whether this is a boy or a girl. You can all see that's a girl. She has no whole body performance. She does an arm throwing, and the breaking leg are very often, in this case not, but very often not the contralateral. So if they are right throwers, they put the right leg down, the right foot down, and are throwing with ipsilateral motion. So without any waist torsion, and proportionately more women than men lack the so-called whip at the end, where you give an impulse on the throwing. Heiko, about an hour ago, told me not to be so negative when talking about women throwing. And he told me that you should actually point out that you have to point out that it might be an evolution that throwing in males could be optimized to a certain extent, while bodies in women have to fulfill, like giving birth, different connective tissue, different physiology, and so on and so on. So they cannot just optimize the one motion, but have to have another compromise. So it's not so much the lack of something, but it's the narrowing of males, which allows this 30% higher performance in general and on the peak performances. We have no idea what humans were throwing at the time, okay? So stones, of course. But what else? The oldest javelins are 300,000 years old. So if we think that throwing might be 1.5, 2 million years old, or even a bit older, we know there's a lack. But these javelins which have been found are just a sensation, because fossilization of wood is an enormous exception. So that this is a German town in the middle of Germany, and 9 of these javelins have been found. They are about 2 meters 20 long. They are 3 to 5 centimeters thick, and they are extremely pointed. And interestingly enough, people very shortly after the discovery, they rebuilt these javelins, these fossil javelins. And I show you something which I love. We did this together with the German television. This is Pascal Behrenbruch, a decathlon athlete. When I showed it to Thomas Röhler, he said, it's not bad for a decathlon. But of course, he would do this in different way. So this is the reconstruction of the fossil javelin. And this was a modern one. And now the second, and you will see the modern javelins and the fossil. Right is the modern, left is the fossil. And both, look at the angle, look at everything. It's extremely similar. So 300 years ago, people were in principle able to throw the javelin as good as today. So it's not that they did what we did when we were boys. Okay, and now we come to what we can do about javelin.
In den letzten Jahren Peking knapp dran vorbeigeschrammt, als Vierter. Heute liegt er auf Rang 2. Das ist doch eine echte, komfortable Ausgangsposition, um jetzt noch mal ein bisschen was drauf zu packen. Der fliegt gut, der war nicht ganz so hoch und der ist super weit.
Okay, this was the gold medal. And I give you some of the details of Thomas when he is actually performing. So he speeds up to more than 30 kilometers per hour when he starts running. So in this very short distance, he is, I think he's running 10.7 on 100 meters. So he is quite fast. And so he speeds up completely. Then it comes this crossover, the transfer. And then he places his foot. And one more movie. This was his second best throw. And now I lead you through the throw. And you can see that, okay, this is the breaking leg now. when the braking leg is touched down completely, it's roughly 12 times the body weight of Thomas. It's exact, it has been measured in Leipzig, it's more or less exactly 1 ton, 1,000 kilograms on this foot, because he simply, it's very easy to imagine, you're running your bicycle at 30 kilometers against the wall. That's the impact. He's running 30 kilometers and he stops, he brakes in 1 moment on this leg. And so we'll see what is happening to this leg. You see that this leg has now getting into an arch. And of course you need a bit of training to do this, because otherwise you would ruin your leg immediately. And see what he does with the arm. And the whole motion from tipping down till the javelin leaves the tip of the index takes 120 milliseconds. So what you've seen here is 120 milliseconds. So you have this arm cocking phase, shoulder external rotation, elbow flexion, and then you have the acceleration, and it's both in these motions in males more pronounced than in females, and especially this acceleration phase is then shortened in most women. Again, all these, so from here to here, it's 120 milliseconds, and the whole body is involved in this motion. The javelin leaves the finger at a speed of more than 100 kilometers, generating the largest impulse for only very few milliseconds. The timing for target orientation is only 3 milliseconds in experienced throwers and 10 milliseconds in less experienced. We all know that the shoulder is highly mobile. In all mammals, it's like in us humans, fixed by the clavicle, which is in most mammals lost, by the way, like in dogs and horses and many, many more. And there are a lot of muscles actually running from here down the trapezius muscle, the rhomboid muscle, the serratus muscle, and so on. And all these muscles give functional muscular connections to the shoulder girdle. But muscular action is not the solution for throwing. And this now I refer to this wonderful work by Neil Roach. He said, throwing is no immediate muscular action, but rather a power amplification due to elastic energy recoil. And next is cited. Calculations of the maximum power production capacity of all the shoulder's internal rotator muscles indicate that these muscles can contribute at most half of the shoulder rotation, power generated throwing motion. Storage of elastic energy is a matter of connective tissue and in the form of a dense meshwork called fascia in particular. Keep in mind that what we've seen the torsion, we have seen the leg rotating, we have seen the shoulders, we have seen the enormous external rotation within the shoulder of the humerus and the elbow throwing motion. And all of this generates at most half of the shoulder rotation. So at most, half of the shoulder rotation is the immediate muscular action. The rest is power amplification. So this is, again, if you're interested in this, refer to this Neil Roach work in Nature. And now I hand over to Heiko, and then I'll come back at the end. So he used the visible human projects, what I explained earlier, and now it's up to you.
Okay, thank you to be part of the presentation. And as Professor Fischer mentioned before, we used a data set from the Visible Human project. And in this project, male body donor has donated his body to science. After his death, the body was immediately frozen and divided into 4 blocks. Each block were layer-wise dissected and digitized. And we used these digitized cuts for further analysis. And from a preliminary test, we know that individual connective tissue parts could be identified from the color information. You see it in the right upper corner of the cross sections. And next slide. Yes, thank you. Based on this, we were able to map the connective tissues in all 3 dimensions. Here is shown for the whole body, for left for the man and right for the woman. And the next slides show only the man. We are additionally interested in the anisotrophy and fibrosis of this material. And with this technique, the distribution within different regions could be determined. Here, for example, on the right side for the pelvis, and on the left side you see a slice of the whole body. And in the next slide, we found that the thickest layer of the connective tissue is found in the knees, in the shoulders and the head. And the musculature, for example, shows only very thin or fibrous structures. For example, in the region of the femoris or acculis. And it should be pointed out that in the thoracic region, the data shows a shirt-like distribution of the superficial connective tissue. Next slide. In addition, we look at for the orientation with the tensor. This could be determined from the connective tissue dataset. This is a mathematical description of the local anisotrophy expressed in a matrix. You see it in the left lower corner, the color for this different investigation, and red means linear or fibrous structures, green planar structures, and blue spherical structures. And as a result of the local orientation tensors that we found, we can show regions with high percentage of fibrous parts, or with high percentage of planar parts, like for the muscle tissue. And the highest percentage of fibrous parts we found in the thigh. And in general, the planar portions are predominated, with exception of the head, predominates in the legs, with exception of the head where the spherical proportions predominates. Okay, in the next slide, I have shown the tensors, and with this we can also calculate the anisotrophy of all structures in the body, and this has been done not only for the connective tissues, and what is shown here is the fibrous structures also for the muscles and for the other organs. And we have shown this with artificial fibers and colorized for the different axes. And but this is a preliminary result, and it needs further investigations. And it shows, for example, for the legs or for the body, it dominates the muscles for this fiber directions. And but it needs more investigations also for the legs. That's not shown here. Okay, and this should in future also done for the female, and I hope I could present it later in this year. So I would.
Okay, so this is, Heiko is always doing a great job, but this was tedious works, and it took long time to get all this information. But when I first saw these informations, and I saw these deep blue parts here, pectoralis parts and so on, think of Thomas Euler's parts here, they would be like black or deepest blue. Okay, so this comes, and going back to the hyperbole, you see that these parts reflect in a way this what we've seen on the right side. It's the same hourglass shape which we can retrieve here and see here. Again, it's all tissue, it's not just connective tissue, but connective tissue is at least an important part. So we have body shape, we have arm motion, we have shoulder, we have differences in shoulder anatomy. I was not talking too much about this. And we are lacking one final point. And this final point comes from the work of the late Professor Neuweiler from Munich. He was studying he's a neurobiologist, he was a neurobiologist, and he was studying motor cortex. And so what you see here on the right is the pyramidal tract. It's this tract, which consists of two subtracts, corticospinalis and corticonuclearis, which connects, isn't that the title of this whole thing, Connect? Which connects the motor cortex down to the spine. And now, I haven't translated these things into, because it's just so wonderful what Herr Neuweiler did here. He shows that there is an old pathway in mammals. Okay, motor cortex, pyramidal tracts go down, the so-called medulla oblongata, the elongated, whatever, and then you come down to the spine and you go down to the centers of within the backbones and to the motor neurons. And he then pointed out that within mammals, there is a new pathway, and that the first position, this first like station where you have to transmit the signal to the next lower level, this has been erased at least partly. So we have a faster way from the motor cortex down to the local spinal levels. Next step, the highway in primates. And you see that in primates, this highway, pyramidal tract, connects the motor cortex directly to the motor neurons. This is omitted too. but only in primates, only for the lower arm muscles. Why this? Why for the lower arm muscles? It's this. Primates are the only ones with individual finger movements. To have these individual finger movements, you need fastest possible controls, fastest possible pyramidal tracts. And now comes, and this is, I'll show you in the second, the original page. Now, he got one step further and he says, in primates, we have this highway for the lower arm. In humans, there's another highway. It goes to the lower and upper arm shoulder muscles. So this, and this is the original, it's called highway for throwing in humans. So there is another, like third or fifth prerequisite for having this unique motion. It's the way you control it. And again, the whole throwing motion is programmed individually, like complete, I had to repeat it, program. It's everybody who closes his eyes can get the idea of how he throws. And he throws like this since he was a young boy or a young girl. Okay? So, and you cannot change this. So it's the problem is how to get this program in the motor context as fast as possible to the muscles. And faster than you throw. It must be there before you throw. Otherwise you cannot go into this elastic storage. So if we summarize, basic evolution changes, last slide. License throwing. This word license comes from a famous paleontologist, Dolf Steinacker, who said, you have to have a license to do something in evolution. And we were talking about this. I was mentioning this. I was not mentioning this. This is from Roach's work. Humerus, a lower long axis torsion. I was not mentioning this. It's from different works. And throwing is no immediate muscular action, but rather power amplification on both sides, connective tissue and control side. So with this last slide, Heiko and me, we would love to finish this and hope for at least some questions. And one of the points we really wanted to show is that you need an evolutionary understanding of throwing before you go into the study of connective tissue, because you need to know, where do I expect to find differences in the connective tissue? And then you have a clear-cut view and you follow this line and you will find the differences individually in different throwers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to both of you. I find that very exciting. Since we are advanced with our time, let me pick only one of the questions. Maybe you can close your slides. And the question is, which of the fascial tissues in the human body are most important for the elastic storage in throwing?
So according to the data of Heiko and according to what Neil Roach did, we expect the pectoralis region of being enormously important, because when you go back into this external rotation, you have this extremely stretched. And so to bring this back, it's not only muscular action. We think that at the beginning, when you're really back at this beginning, It's you load all the connective tissue, and then it's the reloading, it's the release of this loading. So it's these muscles, and then of course it will be triceps for this enormously fast extension within the elbow. So when we would predict, we would look like in, and of course we would think that from here going down, it's to the opposite side. So it's this famous spiral, which we would actually think of being most trained. And Thomas, when he was aware of all this, he changed his training, and he did less force training and did more elastic training. And he had his best throw after he changed this. It was a Dubai throw of 94, something like this. There's of course now a very famous javelin thrower, Vetter, who is second best in the ever world record line. If you look at Vetter, he has muscles like this. If you compare Vetter and Thomas, you see two different strategies. One is more on the elastic side, one is more on the force side. It's in between. Okay.
Katja, you also had a question from the chat box.
Yeah, and I can relate to that question very much. So I'm going to bring it back to me a little bit too. You have talked about gender differences, so that question goes to that. I'm an athlete myself, so I finished Ironmans and I've hiked around in the Himalayas, but I'm your classic, stereotypical bad female thrower. And you did talk a little bit about reasons for that relating to changes in body shape and so on. So the question here, and I'm interested in that myself, is could you speak to that a little bit more from your evolutionary biologist's perspective?
Yeah. Okay. It's always difficult. You'll definitely put me into gender prison afterwards. There will be no chance to escape this question because very often we thought that it's the adult body shape of women which then make that they are less performing in throwing. But this one study where they compared these more than 100 communities showed it's already there on the level of 8-year-old boys and girls. And boys and girls at 8 years, they have a rather similar body shape still there. So why this? And we can explain why there is a difference in adult, but the reason will be why there is a difference in children. And even earlier, there's publications now 6 years older, and so on and so on. It's really strikingly early. So, as Heiko pointed out when we discussed it, his idea is that it might be that the lack of the final explosion in this wiping motion might be different connective tissue. So one should urgently study connective tissue distribution in children where we have the different performance, and then we study their connective tissue, and probably we find that they are less able to store elastic energy. That would be one hint, okay? It might be on the side of the control system. There are tons of papers on gender differences in throwing. But still today, we don't have the one answer to it. And probably there's not one answer, but there are 10 answers, and altogether give you the idea. So, but yeah, I think it's also on the control side. It's this programming of throw, which is very early. And this programming of throw, this might be environmental. Because if you really observe children, young boys throw more frequently than young girls. They do. So they are, for them, it's a very early training. It's the idea of I need a throw. Yeah? And the evolutionary background, of course, is that throwing was optimized in males. That's it. Which doesn't mean that women were sitting at home and all this stuff. It just means they were optimized on throwing. Nothing else than this. No second sentence. Just to ask you to let me out of this gender jail in about 2 years.
Thank you very much. It would be fun to continue. Unfortunately, we need to finish. Thank you both very much. This is very inspiring, and I hope we continue our collaboration between Jena University and our department with Katja at the Technical University of Munich.
Hello, my name is Simon Bamberger and I'm the founder and managing director of Bella Bambi. We are rethinking cupping from a fascial perspective. So we are primarily interested in A, the mechanical effects of the application of negative pressure, and B, the effects on the nervous system and body perception. We are working on researching and further improving applications that have been tried and tested for thousands of years. We are giving away a complete Bella Bambi multi and wish you every success.
Surprise, surprise, that's the prize you can win. We at Thermotrigger provide these innovation and new device that warms and cools as well as a contrast program between those two. It can be used for physiotherapeutic treatments. You get the Thermotrigger in this beautiful case. I am curious who will win it. Good luck, your Wolfgang Klausner from Thermotrigger.
Hi, I'm Nico from Blackroll. Healthy fascia needs proper regeneration, so we have put together a recovery package consisting of 3 things. The Blackroll pillow, the Blackroll blanket, and fittingly, access to the 3-hour online course Blackroll Recovery Expert. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed, and good luck!
So Robert and I have the great pleasure to welcome Associate Professor Mette Hansen. She is with the Aarhus University in Denmark, and her research focuses on the interplay between sex hormones, nutrition, and physical activity or training on muscle and on performance. And a big part of her work, and also her lecture today, focuses on a domain that's highly relevant to any female athlete, and really anyone who's concerned with the female athlete in the context of sports medicine. She's going to talk about the effects of sex hormones. So without further ado, the stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Katja. Thank you for a very nice introduction. And I want to congratulate the organizers of this congress. The program looked very interesting. I look forward to listen to the other speakers. And especially I want to send a thank to Robert for this kind invitation to present here today. The initial title of this presentation was Sex Hormonal Effects on Tendon and Ligaments. And when I prepared the starting slide, I wrote in the bottom of the slide, no conflict of interest. And that is true when it comes to the funding of our research. Nevertheless, I had to admit I'm a woman, and this talk will be primarily focused on the effect of the female hormones and how they influence the tendon and ligaments in women. And especially I'll focus on the young women, and I'll try to outline a possible hormonal ACL rupture risk profile for young female athletes. And then in the other part of the talk, I'll try to look into the influence of using oral contraceptives. How does the oral contraceptives influence the tendon, the ligament, and the skeletal muscle? What is the backside? What is the positive side of using oral contraceptives? I'll try to list that up in the end of the talk. Okay, so if you're an athlete, you want to perform, you want to be the first coming to the end. And you're also very aware of that you need to train hard, you need to train intense, you have to train frequently to reach your goal. But you are also very aware of that you are not coming to the starting line if you become injured during the way. So staying away from injury is what you aim for. And this leads me to this question: is there coupling between tendon and ligament biomechanical properties and injury risk? When we looked at ligaments and tendon, they're very similar in many ways when it comes to the tissue structure. They have a high content of type 1 collagen. But when it comes to injury risk, there may be some differences. If you look at the ligaments, then there's the people who have shown there seems to be a direct positive relationship between the laxity and ligament rupture. So if you're an athlete, you would prefer to have a stiff ligament to maintain your joint stability and thereby prevent acute injuries. Also, as an athlete, you may prefer to have a stiff tendon because then you can transmit the muscle contraction to the bone faster and thereby improve your power performance. But the tendon may also become too stiff, and there may be this may be associated with a higher risk of sustaining a tendon overload injury. And Baar, who's also one of the presenters at this conference, he's very an expert when it comes to this, so looking forward to his talk. Another thing is that if you have a stiff tendon, then you may also enhance your risk of sustaining a muscle injury, because doing eccentric loading, doing muscle contraction, then the load on the muscle tissue may be enhanced if you have a very stiff tendon compared to a more compliant tendon doing locomotion. So this also indicates there may be some differences when it comes to injuries. And here we will now try to look into, will a difference in the biomechanical properties, if you have a stiff tendon or a more compliant tendon, for instance, would that influence your injury risk, and how does sex influence the injury risk? We look into ACL ruptures. Then before menopause, when women have fluctuating levels of estrogen, they are in a 2 to 8 times higher risk of sustaining an ACL rupture. On the other side, they seem to be protected against sustaining an ACL rupture, an Achilles tendon rupture. And also the risk of sustaining muscle strain injuries seems to be lower in women compared to men before menopause. So if this should fit together with what I showed in the slide before, then you could say if a woman have a less stiff tendon and ligament, this will fit together with the enhanced risk of sustaining an ACL rupture, but the protective effect of sustaining an Achilles tendon rupture. Okay, and that is actually the case. There is several data out there, but this data coming from Unambele, and here he reports that the tendon relative stiffness during a maximal contraction was lower in women compared to men. Furthermore, Bjarki from the Institute of Sports Medicine doing his Ph.D. reported these data showing that when he took fascicles, tendon fascicles from men and women, and he exposed them to loading, and here he observed that the ultimate stress he could put on these fascicles were lower in the fascicle coming from women compared to men. So indicating that the tissue quality is lower. Okay, but these differences, sex differences, is they related to the structure and are they related to an effect of estrogen? And what the first step here is that estrogen receptors have been localized and identified in the human ACL and in tendon. So that is the basis for they could have an effect, that estrogen could have an effect. And here we took some old data from handball players where we have measured the biomechanical properties. And what we observed was a negative correlation between the serum estradiol concentration on the day of testing and the tendon stiffness. And this is cross-sectional data, and so it's quite amazing we could see an effect and a relation between the estrogen level and the biomechanical properties. But what then about the hormonal fluctuation during the menstrual cycle? Would they also influence the tendon and ligament biomechanical properties and thereby also the injury risk? What we observed during the menstrual cycle is a very high level of estrogen just before ovulation. At this time, also the ratio between estradiol and progesterone is low. So will they here be at a higher risk of sustaining an injury risk? At first, there's some that will look into changes in knee laxity during the menstrual cycle, and this is one of the best, I think, within that area. In this study, they measured the knee joint laxity 7 times during a menstrual cycle, and at the same time, they obtained blood samples for the analysis of estradiol. And what you can see is that the knee joint laxity were peaking around ovulation, where the estrogen level were peaking. So it could indicate that there were a connection here. And then you can expect that if the knee joint laxity is enhanced around ovulation, then you can expect that also the injury risk, the ACL injury risk would be higher. And there is some case studies which support this. This is a systemic review. And here you can see that these studies reported that the risk of sustaining an ACL injury was higher in the follicular phase of the menstrual cycle up to ovulation compared to the rest of the menstrual cycle, where there is a low estradiol progesterone ratio. And especially there was a couple of the study which specifically measured in the late part of the follicular phase and reported that the risk of the ACL rupture was higher in this specific phase. And here you can see one of the studies, and that you can see the crosses is the cases, and you can see how it was enhanced up to the ovulation phase. But how can there be a change within such a short time frame? Is this due to a change in the collagen content, the density, the orientation, or is there a change in the cross-link between the intramolecular collagen molecules? I thought at the beginning it was amazing that if there could be a change. But then Baar's group came up with these data based on engineered ligaments. And these engineered ligaments are exposed to high level of estrogen either for 24 hours or 48 hours. And during this time frame, they observed no change in the collagen content. Nevertheless, when they tested the biomechanical properties, then you could see that 48 hours of exposure of high level of estrogen reduced the biomechanical properties of the tissue, the ligament. So how could that be? They went further. I looked into the enzyme would introduce the cross-links, the enzymatic cross-links within the tissue. And here they observed that exposure to estrogen, high level of estrogen, reduced the activity of this enzyme. So part of the enhanced laxity and an enhanced risk of injury may be related to a change and a reduction in the cross-linking within the tissue. That may be part of the explanation, at least. Another hormone we also have to look into when we are talking about ACL risk profile is the hormone relaxin. Relaxin receptors have also been identified in the ACL tissue in women. An animal study has shown that 3 weeks of exposure to relaxin reduced the biomechanical properties of the ACL ligaments. The load to failure was reduced. But what about human data? There is one study here where they followed 128 elite female athletes for 4 years. It was young athletes. And what you can see is that in these young athletes, especially some kind of the sports, there is a very high incidence of ACL ruptures, 60% within 4 years when we are talking about basketball. I know there's few cases, but still. But they also went into each individual and obtained a blood sample and measured the relaxin level. And here they observed that if you had a relaxin level above 6.0 picogram per millimole, you were in a statistically 4 times higher risk of sustaining an ACL tear. So should we all sum this up and talking about a risk profile, you can say being a woman is coupled to a higher risk of sustaining an ACL rupture, but also a high level of estrogen, either in general or acutely during the menstrual cycle, is combined with a higher knee laxity, but also an enhanced risk of sustaining an ACL rupture. And on top of this, it could be clever to measure the relaxin level, which may indicate if you are in a higher risk of sustaining an ACL rupture. But then if you are in a higher risk, what should you do then to minimize your risk? Is there anything to do? And if you look into handball, there's several studies which have shown that if you do some specific exercises like shown in this picture, you reduce your level, your risk of sustaining an ACL rupture during the season. And now in this study, we have followed 400 Danish top class female soccer players for 1 year, and we have started looking into the data. And here during this year, they have reported each week if they have performed the exercises, if they have had an injury, and they have also informed us if they use or not use oral contraceptives and where they are in the menstrual cycle if they sustain a injury. So we very much look into these data and see if we also in soccer can reduce the risk of sustaining an ACL injury. So it's not all about hormones when we are talking about it. You can do some specific exercise, and you also know the fitness levels is very important if you want to prevent injury risk and ACL injury risk precisely. And this was just also confirmed. We had in Denmark, there was this lockdown during the spring, and then they started up playing all the games, and within half a year, they had the handball player in Denmark have experienced as many ACL ruptures during half a season as they normally do during a whole season. So they have taken the consequences of this. So now there's also a lockdown, but they have decided not to start up the season before in the autumn because they want to improve the fitness level of the athletes. Yes, so it's not all about hormones, but you can also look at another hormonal things. They're using or not using oral contraceptives. How does that influence the injury risk and the tissue in general? If you're not using oral contraceptives, as I showed before, you have this fluctuation in the estradiol and progesterone during the menstrual cycle. Oral contraceptives contain synthetic forms of estradiol and progesterones, like gestagens. And when you take the daily pill, you suppress the endogenous level of estrogen and progesterone. Here you can see the level of estradiol, how it's suppressed when using two different types of oral contraceptives. So the endogenous level is reduced, but each day, after you had ingested the pill, the level of synthetic estradiol is enhanced in the first hours after ingesting the pill, but not to a level as exposed during the ovulation phase of the menstrual cycle. Another hormonal thing that happens when you use oral contraceptive is that you reduce your level of IGF-1 and especially the bioavailability of IGF-1, because the level of IGF-1 both in the blood and locally in the peritendinous tissue is reduced, but the concentration of the binding proteins is enhanced. So the free concentration of IGF-1 is markedly reduced. And this may have consequences, we thought. So we performed this study where we injected IGF-1 directly into the patellar tendon and saline in the other tendon. And you can see how there was a huge difference in the local concentration of IGF-1. We performed 2 injections, 1 day between, and on the last day, we measured the tendon collagen synthesis rate by using stable isotopes. And here you can see that in the patellar tendon of the leg where we have injected the IGF-1, the tendon collagen synthesis rate was markedly enhanced in many of the subjects. Yes. So what will the consequences be of using oral contraceptive of this suppressed endogenous level of estradiol and IGF-1? How will it influence the tendon, ligament, and skeletal muscle? As expected, based on this low level of IGF-1, there was a lower tendon collagen synthesis rate in oral contraceptive users compared to non-users of oral contraceptives. we couldn't detect a difference in the cross-sectional area of the tendon. So it indicates that the turnover in general is reduced in all contraceptive uses. Another thing is the laxity. And this is one of the studies, which is again a cross-sectional study. And in this study, they measured knee joint laxity 4 times during a menstrual cycle. And as expected, you can see that in the oral contraceptive users, there were no change during the menstrual cycle compared to in the non-users, where they had this peak around ovulation. Furthermore, in general, the laxity was lower, and this has been supported by others, but not all studies in the literature, but many of them is quite small, as you can see. But what about then about the injury risk? If they have a stiffer ligament, if they have a reduced laxity, then we would expect that the risk of sustaining an ACL injury at least would be reduced. And that is actually what have been reported. In general, there's this study reported there was lower rate of traumatic injuries in oral contraceptive users. This is a study from Sweden, but there are also these case studies, and you can see there's many thousands of cases and controls. And here they reported that the risk of sustaining an ACL injury seemed to be around 20% lower in oral contraceptive users compared to non-users. Again, there is also data not showing this, but as you can see, there are also studied with a much reduced sample size compared to the one shown above. So that is beneficial, but what about overuse injuries? And here I could only find one study, and this indicated this small study that use of oral contraceptives seemed to be coupled to a higher risk of Achilles tendinopathy. So maybe this is related to a lower turnover, so you're not able to recover and repair the things when you are training, during the training period, as well as if you have a higher turnover within the tendon. I don't know, we really need more data. Okay, but so there seems to have stiffer ligaments and tendons, but how would that influence the risk of muscle damage and muscle injury in general? So again, if you have a stiff tendon, the load on the tissue during locomotion, eccentric loading of the muscle will be higher. So we expected that we will find in the literature a higher risk of muscle damage in oral contraceptive users. And there is some studies out there on untrained women but also men, where they compared it to men. And in this study, they measured on a marker for muscle damage. It was very high in the men, but also it was higher in oral contraceptive users compared to non-users after a very, very tough bouts, 240 eccentric leg contractions. And they could also see there was a reduction in leg strength, and it was further reduced 48 hours after this bouts in oral contraceptive users and in men. Also, there's another study which have reported that there's a delayed strength recovery after eccentric contraction in oral contraceptive users compared to non-users. This is data on untrained athletes, and the loading is very tough. So what about a more realistic setup? This is a setup Miguel in our lab is performing right now. And in this study, we recruit very well-trained young women, and they will perform 3 more realistic exercise bouts 3 times within 1.5 days. And then we measure on the muscle function and also on blood markers for muscle damage afterwards. Miguel started up this just before the lockdown. They tested 14 out of the 40 subjects. And I shouldn't do this, but I do it anyway, because we have tried to sum up these data, and one of my students have summed up the data. And there's, as I said, only 14 subjects until now, but you can see there seems to be a similar trend. The oral contraceptive users seems to experience a greater reduction in these performance parameters compared to the non-users. But yeah, this is preliminary data, and we have to get all the subjects through when we are allowed to do testing again. Okay, so the use of oral contraceptive may delay recovery when it comes to strength and power performance test. What about muscle strain injury? And here I could just say we don't know yet, but it could be a very informative study if there's someone who will be able to do this. Yes. And another thing that's very important for athletes is strength. There's a strong correlation between the amount of muscle, the muscle cross-sectional area, and maximal strength. So therefore, many athletes are interested in gaining muscle. That is relevant in many sports. So we performed this study. This is young, untrained women, and they were either non-users or users of oral contraceptives. And they were performing this supervised strength exercise for 10 weeks. And what we observed was a strong tendency towards a greater increase in the muscle cross-sectional area after these 10 weeks of training. And specifically, when we looked into the type 1 muscle fiber area, this was enhanced in the oral contraceptive users, but not in the non-users. So this may indicate this superior effect of using oral contraceptives coupled with the training program. Another interesting observation was that when we looked into the oral contraceptive users, we could see that it was the one who were using the oral contraceptive with the highest content of ethinyl estradiol who gained the positive effect on muscle size. We have performed an additional study where we have looked, they have performed a similar program for 10 weeks, but the first one was based on 3rd generation oral contraceptive users, and the second was on 2nd generation oral contraceptive users. And we observed the same tendency towards a greater increase in muscle mass. But what we also observed was that after the training period, the oral contraceptive users enhanced the number of satellite cells per type 2 fiber or per type 2 fiber cross-sectional area. So they were only training for 10 weeks. So that is not long. And this could indicate that the potential for muscle hypertrophy is higher when you are using oral contraceptive oral contraceptives and couple this with resistant exercise. So in summary, for this talk, high level of estrogen and relaxin seems to be associated with a greater knee laxity and an increased risk of sustaining an ACL injury. And when it comes to use of oral contraceptive, use seems to be associated with a lower risk of sustaining an ACL injury, around 20% reduced risk. Based on these case studies, it may enhance muscle growth during strength training, it may prolong recovery after strenuous exercise, and it may enhance the risk of muscle strain injuries. But here there is a lack of data. So there seems to be positive things and drawbacks by using oral contraceptives. And I didn't find room for this in this talk, but we also have to look into women characterized by a low level of estrogen. And this is women after the menopause, but it could also be amenorrhetic young women, which is characterized by low levels of estrogen. And if you look into the literature, these types of women, we are talking about the postmenopausal women, there seems to be an enhanced risk of certain types of tendon and ligament injuries. The rotator cuff tendon tears, they the risk of having such is higher after menopause compared to before the menopause, when we do this cross-sectional studies and they try to match for age. Also, the risk of sustaining an ACL tendon rupture is enhanced after menopause, and the similar with other kind of overuse injuries. Another backside of having a low level of estrogen is that it seems to reduce the anabolic responsiveness to resistant exercise. And this is just reported by my Ph.D. student, Tine Dam, in a new publication where postmenopausal women were using and not using estrogen replacement in a randomized controlled trial where they were training for 3 months. Okay, as you could see in the summary, I say suggest and associated with and maybe. There's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to this. I had to summarize all these kind of things in this chapter in the new book, Fischer in Sport and Movements, and they asked me to summarize it in a figure, and I tried to, but I have to say the pluses and the minuses shown in this figure is based on quite limited data. So we will definitely have to do more studies. There's a lot to do in the future. And especially for the oral contraceptives, you have to find out if the ethinyl estradiol within these oral contraceptives can doing the same thing as the endogenous estrogen. Furthermore, we also have to look into the other hormones. Female, they also have testosterone, and there's some girls is characterized by a quite high level of testosterone compared to other women. And how does that interact with the estrogen? And for the progesterone, we also know the knowledge is very limited. Yes. So there's not a lot to do, but I would like to thank the people who have been with me on the way in the studies I have shown data from. And especially I would like to send a thanks to Michael Kerr, who stimulated my interest in the female hormones and how they influence the tendon and the muscle. And this interest I have brought with me to Aarhus University, where I have now started up my own research group. And the people marked with red is the one who are helping with elucidating the effect of estrogen replacement therapy, oral contraceptive changes in performance during the menstrual cycle, but also the effects of future estrogen on the tissue. And finally, I would like to thank you for staying with me doing this talk. And I would like to answer questions, and just write to me if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that great talk and for shedding some light on these really complex interactions of female sex hormone across the lifespan. It's really fascinating and so relevant for training regimens and so much more to know. And we're really excited to hear about all the studies that you're currently running with the soccer players and so on. There's time for 2 questions. Maybe we could do that, just the 3 of us without the slides. You could close them by now if you wanted. So you've talked us through the lifespan a little bit. You've talked about the young athletes, and you've talked towards the end a little bit about postmenopausal women, and you kind of indicated a little bit the results that you have there, or the knowledge that you have there. Would you be able to talk to that for a couple more minutes? For instance, the specific different types of injuries that postmenopausal women suffer. You mentioned the rotator cuff and the Achilles tendon, and why that is, maybe.
I have not doing the studies where they have looked into differences in the injury. I have more looked into how the change in hormone influence the tissue. And we have performed a study where we recruited postmenopausal women with a very low level of estrogen, as you normally have after menopause. and then age-matched postmenopausal women using estrogen replacement therapy. And they had done that for quite many years, most of them. And what we observed was that the tendon collagen synthesis rate was higher in the estrogen replacement therapy users compared to the non-users. And we could actually, in the users of estrogen replacement therapy, see a positive correlation between the estrogen level in the bloods and the tendon collagen synthesis rates. And furthermore, when we looked into the structure, the biomechanical testing showed that the relative stiffness was lower in the the postmenopausal women using estrogen replacement therapy. So it seemed as if they had a more compliant tendon. And if you are an old woman, then it may actually be beneficial. And especially when we are talking about this higher risk of sustaining an Achilles tendon rupture after menopause, it may be related to when the estrogen is lowered, then the stiffness of the Achilles tendon become enhanced. But it may be counteracted by when you have the estrogen back. But the fact is that if you're going through the menopause and not using hormones, you actually around 1/3 or more of your life is having a low level of estrogen. And that is non-beneficial when it comes to many of these injuries, but not when it comes to the ACL rupture risk. But I don't think there's so many women 17, 18 years old who are playing handball, for instance, and thereby expose themselves to a high risk of sustaining an ACL rupture.
Thanks so much. Robert, I believe you have another question.
Yeah, another question that came up is what other influences besides pharmaceutical, contraceptives, biochemical interventions do you know that influence the sex hormonal expression? Let me add from my side that I'm looking forward to Daniel Lieberman's presentation tomorrow, because in one of his recent publications, if I understood it correctly, he said that due to lack of physical activity, we all have too many sex hormones. And that maybe, if that's true, the amount of changes that women have during ovulation is maybe partly an unhealthy aggravation of the smaller effects that you would have if you would go for a walk 1 hour a day or do physical work on the fields. So I'm not sure if that's correct, but the question is, so what other influences are you aware besides biochemical ones that could influence so exercise or lack of exercise could be one, how a woman could influence her hormonal levels, and if so, if that would influence the factors that you described in terms of injury proneness.
Yeah, it's a tricky question, but a good question, and a relevant question, because that could help some of the girls who seem to have this high risk profile, high level of estrogen. And when it comes to diet, there's some part of the diet, the soy. For instance, there's some food products which have a high content of phytoestrogen. And here, but if you ingest them before menopause, you could imagine that they will compete about when it comes to binding to the receptors within the tissue with the endogenous level of estrogen. So, and if they are not the response to them is lowered compared to the endogenous level of estradiol, then it may, in that way, counteract some of the effects of the estrogen. But really, this is something that we don't really know. We have performed one study in postmenopausal women where it was a crossover study. We have just published the data from this pilot study. There are 10 postmenopausal women who had fermented red clover extract would have a high content of Fischer estrogen, and they have that for 2 weeks, or a control period where they have the placebo. And here we observed that just this short period, but actually enough to lower some markers for muscle signaling proteins, for muscle protein breakdown within these women. So you could imagine they may also affect the tendon and ligaments, because there is also a receptor for estrogen. So that could be very interesting to look into.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I believe we're out of time. Thanks so much for your talk and the willingness to answer all these questions. And great to have us with us today. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Nico from Blackroll. Healthy fascia needs proper regeneration, so we have put together a recovery package consisting of 3 things. The Blackroll pillow, the Blackroll blanket, and fittingly, access to the 3-hour online course Blackroll Recovery Expert. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed, and good luck!
And even though I'm going to talk about tendon, much of what I'm going to talk about is really applicable to all types of connective tissues, to fascia, to cartilage, to bone, to other connective tissues. And I think that's really important, because many of the things that we're learning seem to be universal between different tendons, and from tendon to cartilage, and from tendon also potentially even into fascia. All right, so the first thing that I always do is I always acknowledge and disclose where the money for the research that I'm going to talk about comes from, and who the people are who've done most of this research. So most of the research that I'm going to talk about today has been done by 2 PhD students in my laboratory, Danielle Steffen and Alec Avey. And these 2 PhD students have done most of the both in vivo and in vitro work that I'll talk about today. Some of the original work was done by Jennifer Paxton. When she was a PhD in my laboratory. She's now a senior lecturer at the University of Edinburgh. So, and then it's also really important that I disclose that the money for the work that I'm going to talk about today is from the Joe Tsai and Clara Wu Foundation. I do put them down as the Brooklyn Nets because they are the owners of the Brooklyn Nets. And some of the work on the nutritional components was sponsored by PepsiCo. And so that's really important for everybody to know up front. And so with that, let's go into a little bit of what we're going to talk about today. So for me, the most important thing is that when we're looking at this, when I look at different fascias, different tissues, specifically these musculoskeletal tissues, when we talk about load, we're talking about 3 different things. The first, most obvious one is tension. And that's like when you're pushing your foot down into the ground using your calf muscle, there's going to be tensional force, a directional load placed on the Achilles tendon. So that's the first type of load that we have in our connective tissues. The second type is obviously compression. Compression within the knee, within the meniscus of the knee and the cartilage of the knee. You can see that kind of compression here. And the third that people at Connect really understand, but many other clinicians don't really consider, is this shear force loading, this shear loading. And what shear loading is like when a tendon is going under a retinaculum. It's getting compressed and it's sliding past that that retinacular structure. And as it's doing that, there's compression and there's sliding. And that's really this shear force. And that's really important for the connective tissues, especially fascia, because that shear is what's going to allow you to develop these interfaces between two adjacent tissues that allow smooth sliding of these tissues past one another. So that's on the macro level. That's looking at it in the big picture. When we zoom now way in and we look at the cells within these structures, what we're going to see is that in a tensional load, what we're going to have is we're going to have tension across the cells. The cells are going to sense tension. What's going to happen is the musculoskeletal cells, what they do is they actually align themselves and they lengthen along the line of force. So you can see that in this example, the force is from top and bottom. And what you can see is that the cell actually elongates through there. And in response to the tensional loading, what it's going to do is it's going to start making more collagen 1. It's going to make more collagen 3. It's going to make a lot less collagen 2. There's other proteins that are going to be made, lysyl oxidase. We'll see later scleraxis, which is a tendon-specific gene. All of these things are dependent on this tensional load. When instead of tension you have compression, now first of all the structure looks different. The first thing you should notice is that the cells are looking rounded. So if we look in cartilage, the cells are rounded. And that's because what they're trying to do is they're trying to minimize the area that becomes compressed. And so they make themselves small and round. That compressive force not only changes how the cell looks, but it also changes the gene expression of those cells. And now what you'd see is that collagen 2 gene expression is way higher than collagen 1 or 3. And the other thing that becomes really important is you start to express many, many, many big proteoglycans. In tensional load, you get the small proteoglycans, things like decarin and biglycan. In compressive load, you want these really big proteoglycans like aggrecan and comp that hold a lot of water, that provide a lot of compressive strength to the tissue. Okay, and the third type of load we talked about was shear. There's a couple of really important things that happen with shear. There's a compressive component, so you're going to get more proteoglycans. You'll get a little bit of directionality in the cell. You can see the cell is a little bit directionally oriented along the shear because there's a direction to that shear. And then the next thing that you get that's really important is along the very top edge of this tissue, you would start to express these proteins like lubricin. And lubricin is a really important proteoglycan because what it is, it's a sugar protein that is on the top layer of the cells that holds water along the top edge. And now that liquid, that fluid, allows that nice, smooth interaction. And so when you don't have the proper amount of shear stress, you don't get the proper compressive strength, you don't get the proper lubrication of the surface. And so all of these things mean that we can possibly take the same cell, and depending on the type of load we give it, we should be able to control what genes it expresses and what type of collagen, for example, how much lubricin, or what type of proteoglycans we give. And so the way that we do a lot of the tests in our laboratory is we go through and we actually use these nice engineered ligament models. So these are in vitro models. And as Werner said, I'm in California. I'm in Northern California, right up near Lake Tahoe, California. So at this time of year, last week here we got rain. Up in Tahoe, they got a couple of feet of snow. Everybody from this area goes way up. They go skiing. A bunch of people come back without an ACL or with a new rupture to their ACL, and I get a call from our medical center, and they say they've got, this past week, I've got a call from the medical center saying they've got 3 ACLs coming up. Would we like the tissue? And so what we do is we take the remnant of the ACL that they remove, we take what's left over from the hamstring when they do the hamstring autograft, and we take those tissues and we isolate the cells from them. And then what we do is we take those human ACL fibroblasts and we put them into a matrix. And we grow them out, we put them into this matrix, and the matrix is exactly the same matrix that I've made here on my hand, where I've got a little scab. So what that matrix is, it's a fibrin gel. And that fibrin gel is basically a developmental matrix that allows the cells to reform and to mature. And then we do one of two things. We either put two anchors at either end of the plate, pinned into the plate, and these anchors are made of calcium phosphate cement. Calcium phosphate, same material you would have in a bone. And when we put the two anchors in, we get a ligament. Where we put two anchors in, we have the cells within the gel. The cells contract the gel, and over about 7 days, they form this nice human ACL that's nicely in our dish. If instead we put a single anchor in the middle, the cells will still contract around, and it'll form this little circle of tissue. And for what I'm talking about today, these circles of tissue are really interesting, because what we can do is we can take them and we can put them into our little bioreactor here, and you can see this is now going to be a circular tendon where we've got a probe that's going to push those two ends apart. And where we're pushing here, or where we're pulling here, we're compressing this little bit of tissue on the end. And what you can see in the middle here when it stretches is we're getting a tensile load here. And so what we've done is we've taken the exact same cell. All of the cells within this matrix are exactly the same. And now what we're doing is we're providing part of them with a tensile load and part of them with a compressive load. We're then going to stretch them. We're going to wait a half an hour or 6 hours. We're going to cut them, and we're going to separately analyze the ends, the compressive ends, and the tensional ends. And when we do that, what we see is what you see here. Is that if we look at genes that are involved in the stretch response in the tensile region, if we look at EGR1, which is important in collagen 1 synthesis, we look at FOS, which is one of the first upregulated genes in a tendon when you do any type of loading, what you can see is at 30 minutes, we see this really nice increase in the expression of FOS and EGR1 in the tensional regions. But if you look at the compressed regions, there's absolutely no change there. There's a little bit of an increase in FOS, but there's no change in EGR1. More importantly, when we look at this transcription factor that you should only find in tendons, this transcription factor that you only find in tendons, scleraxis, it goes up as well with the tensional load, and it tends to remain high by 6 hours. But again, in the compressed region of the tendon, there's no effect of the compression. So even though it's the same cell type, when I get a tensional load on it, I get an increase in EGR1 and these tendon-specific genes like scleraxis. And then if I look at that compressed region, I don't see the increase in EGR1 and I don't see the increase in scleraxis. More interesting, though, is what happens to the major matrix proteins, because our major matrix proteins are collagens. So what happens to the collagen 1 that you would find in tendon versus the collagen 2 that you would find in cartilage or fibrocartilage? Well, in the tensional region, we look at the collagen 1 content. You can see a nice increase in collagen 1 that starts early and is maintained out to the 6 hour time point. But if you look at the compressed region, there's no change in collagen 1 expression. If we look now at collagen 2 expression in the tensile region, this was really interesting to us because instead of it going up in the compressed region, it actually went down in the tensional region. There was an acute effect because by 6 hours it had come back up. But what you can see is that just by the different type of load that we provide the exact same cell in the exact same construct at the exact same time, we get an increase in collagen 1 in the tension and a decrease in collagen 2. All right, so what this is suggesting is that when we do these different loads, we're going to potentially see a different cell fate coming. But again, this isn't a controlled situation. It's in a dish, and it really doesn't, for a lot of people, reflect what we would see in vivo. So what we've done is we've come up with a very similar model, and this time we're using an in vivo model, and this is a rat. This is the patellar tendon of the rat. And what we're doing here in the rat is we're taking a 1 millimeter biopsy punch from the middle of this 3 millimeter patellar tendon of the rat. And we're giving it 14 days to form a nice scar. You can see the scar right here, where you can see it's right in the middle of the patellar tendon, right at the base of the patella. That's exactly where a human actually would get a a central core patellar tendon scar. And so the question that we have is, when we do now loading on this, what are we going to see as far as gene expression? And so what's really important here to understand is that when we load an injured tissue like that injured patellar tendon, what we're going to see is that if we're loading it dynamically, we're pulling on it really fast, we're not going to get any load through the through the injured area. And I always do this demonstration where I take a piece of paper and I load this piece of paper dynamically. It works really well. I make a tear in it. And if load goes through this torn region, what's going to happen is when I pull on it, the whole thing is going to tear. So if I now load it dynamically, it doesn't tear. And the reason it doesn't tear is because all the load goes around this injured area. It's called stress shielding. We shield the damaged area. And when I do dynamic load by pulling quickly, there's nothing that happens. But if I allow a more isometric type load, where I'm going to allow the stress relaxation, so the strong fibers here in the paper are going to slowly relax, if I wait long enough, I'll get load through this injured area and it will tear through. So all I have to do is pull and hold. If you think I'm doing something something tricky here, you can do it yourself, because everybody will have the same effect, where after you hold it for a while, the tension will cause this to tear. And then there's a really important thing to understand about a central core issue, because if I take a tendon, it's a lot like my daughter's hair tie here. And if I'm pulling on this, the hair tie, as I pull on it, it's going to stay the same volume. So watch the two sides. Watch what happens when I pull the two sides. As I pull it, it compresses the middle. You see how that happens? So if I have an injured tendon in the core, it's not getting tensional load because it's stress shielded, and it's getting what's called radial compression. So what you'd expect is you'd expect that if you have a central core tendon injury like this, there's no tension, and then there's compression from the sides. If we do stress relaxation, what's going to happen is the sides of the stronger parts of the collagen are going to relax, and we're going to get a tensional load through here. So that's the hypothesis going in. So what we did is we did that 14 days of recovery after that central core tendinopathy was produced. We then did time under load equivalent loading programs, where one of them was isometric. They did 4 30-second isometric holds with 2-minute rest. And the other was a dynamic move. And the dynamic was 360.3 second contractions, where you're loading dynamically in a third of a second. You're doing 360, so we're exactly the same amount of time under load. And then what we did is we waited 18 hours, collected the tendons, tried to collect the scarred area of the tendon. And then what we did is looked at gene expression there. And what you can see in the gene expression is if we look back at that gene scleraxis, and this is a log scale, so this is actually a fairly decent size effect. If you look at scleraxis expression, it goes up significantly in the isometric load, and it doesn't change in the dynamic load. The same tendency is seen in tenomodulin and fibromodulin, other tendon-specific elements. So that's really nice, but what about that collagen content that we've talked about before? Just like in our engineered ligament models, when you do the isometric loads, we get an increase in collagen 1. If you look in the dynamic, you actually see it tends to decrease collagen 1 in the dynamic. And then if you look at the dynamic, what we're seeing here is an increase in collagen 2. And collagen 3 is following more the collagen 1 protocol here. So what it looks like is that when we have a central core tendinopathy, if we're loading it dynamically, we get stress shielded, so you don't get the tensional load, and you get radial compression, so you get a compressive load on the cells, and the cells tend to become more type 2 collagen, fibrocartilage. They hold more water, and that's why a lot of times on a MRI or an ultrasound, you can see a water-filled or a little bit of water within the tendon. Whereas if you use these stress relaxation loads, you get a tensional load through the cells respond by increasing the expression of collagen 1 and not increasing collagen 2. So that's the type of loading. Then the question becomes, how much loading? So you can see again, here's a different model. Now we're using the ligaments where we're loading them. And the question here was, how much load do we need to do in order to get the effect? And so these are a series of experiments where we look to see if we loaded for 15, 30, 45, 60 minutes or even longer, what you see is that the signals that we're looking at here, this is just ERK, it's a molecular signal for the load. What you can see is it goes up and it peaks early. It actually peaks around 10 minutes, and then it starts to come down even if you continue to exercise. So if you're going to do 5 minutes of exercise or you're going to do 5 hours of exercise, the tendon cells only really get the signal that they need after about that 10-minute period where they're going to maximally activate this ERK response. And what I tell my students is a lot like when my daughter was young, she would flush the toilet. It would have this whole huge thing where all the water would go and she would get all excited and she would try and flush it again right after she had just flushed it. She was always wondered why it didn't do anything. Well, I would explain to her, you need to let the water fill the bowl and fill the tank so that when you flush it again, it'll have the same effect. And that's called the refractory period physiologically. So how long does it take to refill the tank? And so you can see here what we did is the recovery time. We did a 10-minute stretch. We then waited a half hour, did another 10-minute stretch, and you can see that even though we stretched it, we actually got a lot less signal. Waited an hour, we waited 2 hours. At 2 hours, we actually got the lowest signal that we found. 3 hours, it started coming back. By 6 hours, we were back up to normal. Okay, so it takes about 10 minutes to activate the cells. And then it takes a rest period of at least 6 hours before they're able to respond again. And so if that's true, then if we did a continuous stretching protocol, or we did an intermittent stretching protocol, and the intermittent stretching protocol was 10 minutes to stretch, 6 hours of rest, 10 minutes of stretch, 6 hours of rest. So this is 40 minutes of load a day. This is 24 hours of load a day. And what you can see is over 5 days, the intermittent stretch had twice the effect on collagen content of our engineered ligaments than the continuous stretch. So just doing these short periods of activity with long periods of rest is actually better for increasing collagen content, the strength and the resilience of our connective tissues. So practical loading summary. Tensile loads promote tendon-specific gene expression, whereas compressive loads promote fibrocartilage formation and bringing water into the tissue, which is not what we want for a tendon. In an injured tendon, specifically in central core injured tendons, when we pull on it, there's stress shielding on the injured part, but there's a radial compression that causes compression in the injured area, and that causes this fluid accumulation in the middle of these tendons. It takes this stress relaxation loading to provide a tensional signal to the injured region. And I've also shown you that the connective tissues adapt optimally to short periods of activity with these 6 to 8 hours of rest between these periods of activity. Okay, so that's the activity loading part of it. We then did a series of studies, and I'm just going to show you this one figure here for the sake of time that shows that we're measuring the production of collagen here. And this is over 3 days, where every 6 hours, individuals they would jump rope for 6 minutes. Again, we did that because we know that the minimal effective dose of load is 5 to 10 minutes. And then what we did is we gave the participants either a placebo, 5 or 15 grams of gelatin with about 50 milligrams of vitamin C. And what you can see is there's a dose response increase in the amount of collagen you are producing, and this is in people, after doing the jump rope if you have 15 grams of hydrolyzed collagen or gelatin. Okay, and so what you can see here is we see that the 5 grams didn't have much of an effect. The 15 grams doubled the rate of collagen synthesis in people. And we've done a series of experiments now that show that what's really important is that you can do this with either gelatin or hydrolyzed collagen. When you do either gelatin or hydrolyzed collagen, if you consume them and you do exercise 30 minutes to an hour afterwards, what you see, well, first of all, when you eat the hydrolyzed collagen or gelatin, you see a dose-dependent increase in amino acids that are enriched in collagen. Those appear in the blood in that 30 minutes to an hour after you eat them. When you eat 15 to 20 grams of gelatin or hydrolyzed collagen, and that also has about 50 milligrams of vitamin C, we see that you increase collagen synthesis as long as that vitamin C is present. If you boil the vitamin C, if you do other things, you're not going to see the increase in collagen synthesis. And we've got other data that's in final revision at the International Journal of Sport Nutrition and Exercise Metabolism that shows that the hydrolyzed collagen actually improves performance. And we've got other data that we're showing, we're seeing an improved resilience so that the tissues don't get injured as much. All right, so now the question is, and this is something that people have thought for a long time, is that tendons and ligaments are completely inert. So once you get an injury, if you get a central core tendinopathy, what the classic paradigm is, treat the donut, not the hole. Because the idea is that treat the tendon that you can treat, but you'll never be able to fix the hole because that tissue is no longer able to regenerate. But really, musculoskeletal tissues are actually extremely good at turning over. We all think of muscle here on the far side as being highly dynamic, a tissue that turns over really quickly. But for some reason, people think tendons and ligaments don't turn over. Well, this study out of Luc van Loon's lab actually shows that the patellar tendon and anterior cruciate ligament have greater protein turnover rates than skeletal muscle. If you want to understand the effect of load, here's the anterior cruciate and the posterior cruciate ligament. And this is from people. So what you can see is that loading, because the ACL is loaded, the PCL isn't, increases collagen synthesis, and that increases protein synthesis, and that protein turnover is actually significantly better in tendons and ligaments than it is in muscle even, a tissue that we think is really dynamic. So what does this mean for us? It means that if we have a patient like this, I'll give you one case study here. This is an international level discus thrower. And what this is the ultrasound. You can see the patellar tendon here. It's a very small, very minute patellar tendon. There's the base of the patella there. And this is where you would normally find these central core patellar tendinopathies, where this is a hole within the base of his patellar tendon. Athlete stopped being able to train. He'd had this problem for a long period of time. So what we did is we integrated into his program heavy isometric stress relaxation training. So all he would do was he would go to the leg extension machine, take the pin, put it at the bottom, go one leg at a time. And he did this 5 times a week because it's an isometric, so it doesn't have as much muscle-based load on it, so it doesn't make his legs feel heavy. He would try and do an overcoming isometric. He's going to push as hard as he can for 30 seconds. An hour before he did that, he would take in 15 grams of gelatin in a glass of orange juice. The glass of orange juice has the 50 milligrams of vitamin C. The reason I like this case study is that he took another ultrasound 50 days later. So this is 50 days after beginning the program. Here's the pre. You can see again, small patellar tendon, big hole. This is 50 days later. Look at how much thicker the patellar tendon is. Just to show you, this is the same view of the patella right there. So this is the same region. The hole is almost completely gone. There might be a little residual hole here, but completely much thicker, much more aligned collagen within the patellar tendon. The most important thing for him, he's pain-free. And he's thrown the discus 2 meters further, and that allowed him to qualify for the Tokyo Olympics upcoming here. All right, and he has been completely pain-free for 12 months. Okay, so this is the type of filling in the hole that you can do when you use these stress relaxation training to get the proper load through the injured area, as well as potentially some of the nutritional interventions. All right, so the practical message I have for you, tendon serves as a shock absorber. And it really has this essential role of connecting your compliant muscles to stiff bones. And that's just a really complex thing that we didn't have really time to explain today. I showed you that stress relaxation exercises like heavy, slow moves get load more uniformly across an injured tendon. And that means that you're going to get a mechanical signal necessary to reverse tendinopathy. You only need to do about 5 to 10 minutes of loading. And that doesn't mean you load continuously for 5 to 10 minutes. That means the total time with your rest is 5 to 10 minutes. You can do it every 6 to 8 hours because the cells get responsive again after 6 to 8 hours. If you take in about 15 grams of collagen with a little bit of vitamin C an hour before, you can actually rapidly reverse tendinopathies. And again, I'll thank everybody who helped with this work along the way, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
So, Keith, thank you very much for this outstanding presentation, which is truly intellectually stimulating. So I do admire that you even shared unpublished results, which is not standard, I must admit. So let me ask you a couple of questions which come to my mind, and I'm sure many other people are interested in those issues. And so first of all, I was really thrilled by your experiments about gene expression, and you showed how the different collagen types get upregulated or downregulated. So you showed that the tensional load matters, but what about the frequency of loading?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So we've actually shown in the past that when we did our loading experiments that we didn't see as far as if I walk versus run. Is that what you mean by frequency, or number of times per week?
Well, I'm an in vitro muscle scientist as well. So, and we did some experiments where we could show that usually in muscle tissue, at least, a frequency of 1 hertz is stimulating for muscle growth. So I was wondering if there is a similar frequency which would stimulate tendon growth as well.
So we actually showed that if we did 0.1 hertz, 1 hertz, or 10 hertz,
yeah,
there was no difference in the response. The other thing that was really nice is that if we did 0.2 or 2.55 or 10% stretch, so we did a full range of motion essentially, or a limited range of motion, had no difference in the cellular responsiveness. So just like essentially what we were showing is that the loading response in tendons isn't dependent on frequency of stimulation. So if you walk versus run, if you do other types of activities, it's got the same effect. It doesn't matter whether you're doing a full range of motion or you're only doing a partial range of motion. The same signal seems to be there. And that seems to be true in vivo as well, because all of the data that we've seen, when we look at kind of the area of tissue engineering, a lot of people use big stretches like 10% or 20% stretch. What we find is that tears and that destroys the collagen matrix. And what we have to do is we have to work in this smaller range, about 2.5% stretch. And that's because that's near the physiological range of stretch on a tendon or on a connective tissue. So what we're getting is 2.5 to 5%. When we're in that range, we get a really nice response. Even if we go down lower to 1% stretch, we actually see a really quite significant response. So it doesn't seem like we need a lot for the cells to get the signal they need. We just need to have enough of a tensional load where they actually can sense the tension. And so that's really the key for the in vivo components, because when there's an injury, if it's an injury on the side, basically all the load is going around it. And so there's no tensional load going through that during normal movement. If I'm running and I'm jumping, if I'm a runner and I've got an Achilles problem, or a football player and I've got an Achilles problem, all of my training is done quickly. None of the training is actually going to get me a tensional load through that injured area. I have to do something very specific to get tensional load through that, and that means that I have to get the shielding component of the tendon to relax and to allow that stress shielded area to get the load through it.
Oh, thank you very much. So I was impressed by your live experiment with the sheet of paper. So this makes it very clear what you're talking about. And so can I summarize that as a general advice for practitioners, your advice would be to do more dynamic exercises?
No, so if you've got an injury, and you need to do what, so when I do the demonstration, in order for me to get the cells within the injured area to feel the load, I need to be able to hold that for longer. Okay, so there's a beautiful set of experiments by Professor Hayashi in Japan, and what he did is he did what's called stress shielding just by taking a wire and putting it between the patella and the tibia. He unloaded the patellar tendon, and what he saw within 2 weeks was that there were 5 times more cells within the tendon. The collagen within the tendon got very, very small, became non-directional, and that's exactly what we see in a scar. We see many more cells, we see smaller collagen fibrils, and those collagen fibrils are non-directionally oriented. In order to fix that, you have to get load through the tissue. And the only way to do that, the difference between a tendon of a patient and my piece of paper is that there's already a scar formed there. So the reason that I have that catastrophic injury with my paper is because when the load gets through the area where there's nothing, now it's going to tear. If there's a scar there, that area now is going to feel the tensional load. It's not going to tear that tissue the same way that I tore the paper. And that's actually what you need to do. So if I'm a practitioner, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have people go up to a 30-second isometric hold on that tissue, using the muscle to contract the tendon. Now that to extend the tendon, now I'm going to hold that. The strong part of the tendon is going to relax. The scarred part of the tendon is going to have to feel the tensional load. And if I do that a few times today, a few times tomorrow, and I do it progressively, I'm going to fix that tendon, that injured tendon completely.
Thank you very much. So maybe a last question, which is really interesting for me, and I guess for many other people of the audience as well. So when I see injured tendons, so at least in many patients, we get a lot of vascularization. So we've got even pathological inflammation in, let's say, the Achilles tendon, which has, if you use ultrasound as well, we've got Doppler signal. So there is a lot of perfusion going on. And so what's your opinion on this issue?
Right, it's a great question because you can actually see a lot of the pathology. The pathological component of the tendinopathy is related to the vascularization. And really, if you have a beautiful intact native tendon, the collagen content of that is so high, and the collagen fibril density is so high. It's almost impossible to get blood vessels in there. The only time that you can get blood vessels in there is if you kind of space things out. And the only way that that's happening is you get a small injury. We're getting that stress shielding. And now, as we get that stress shielding, we're getting smaller collagen fibrils. They're not as dense. They're not as directionally oriented. So now blood vessels can go in. And if you have a central core tendon problem, now you get compression as well. And now you've got extra proteoglycan expression. So you get these, and that's going to draw water in, and that's going to open up the space even more to give you even more opportunity to get blood vessels in. And so really what the blood vessels are signaling is that there is disruption to the normal collagen matrix, that the collagen isn't the dense fibrous collagen that's directionally oriented, it's like being in a bamboo forest where the bamboo is so close together you can't squeeze through. But then if you cut some down, or if you break open an area, now you can get through, and that's the direction, and that's where you get a path. Because people come in, they chop down a few of them. You don't have to chop down many to give yourself a path. Now you've got a pathway. Now things start to break down a little bit more.
This was a great explanation. I love it, and it's so true. So thank you again for this very interesting talk, and I hope to see you soon in person. And I want to thank the audience for the attention and to stay online with the next presentation. Goodbye,
Thank
everybody.
You very much. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nico from Blackroll. Healthy fascia needs proper regeneration, so we have put together a recovery package consisting of 3 things. The Blackroll pillow, the Blackroll blanket, and fittingly, access to the 3-hour online course Blackroll Recovery Expert. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed, and good luck!
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our clinical panel this evening. I'm very happy to introduce our experts today. Professor Thomas Horstmann is a specialist for orthopedics, traumatology, and sports medicine, and focuses his research on diagnostics and therapy. Kurt Mosetter looks back at a successful history of 20 years of intensive activity and learning about myoreflex therapy. And Dr. Robert Schleip is a researcher in the field of connective tissues and the fascial network of the human body. So we have heard many interesting lectures today, for example, regarding the influence of tendinous tissues on steady and unsteady locomotion from Professor Arampatzis, regarding inflammation in the connective tissues, and regarding fascia-focused training beyond foam rolling. So let's discuss some issues in this context. Robert, today we have heard a very interesting lecture from you regarding fascia-focused training. What is the most important practical implication from recent research?
Well, I would say we have, again, new arguments, listening to Adamantios Arampatzis today, that just training your muscles and training your cardiovascular system is not sufficient for a complete respect for your body and for preventing injuries, that you also need to know how to train the fascial and tendinous connective tissue. You cannot anticipate and assume that if you do the optimal training for your muscles, that your tendon will also adapt in the optimal manner. That sometimes, we heard that from Arampatzis, your muscles grow faster and they grow at a different threshold and at a different speed. So we now know that fascia-oriented training is a necessity in sports. So that's a big outcome for me. And I was also impressed by the new data from Irene Davis, how the Achilles tendon and the plantar fascia act like one functional unit. So if you train one, the other one is affected. If you have a problem in one, you also need to treat the other. So this is really groundbreaking news for me.
Okay, very interesting. Do anybody want to add something to the statement from Robert?
So after this Congress, I have to change my habitat, because after race bicycling, I always take a hot shower and I never do stretching since 40 years. So this is what I learned. I have to stretch my tendons and the muscles and not only to shower hot.
Kurt, do you want to add something to this issue?
Yeah, so I felt very happy because indeed, so what we discussed, I think it's 30 years ago with Robert at the other side of the lake, drain the other side and do an active stretch. And that is most important. Later on, we will see that is most important to integrate it in sports, in performance, and in regeneration. We need to train the whole thing. So train the dynamins, the tendon, and the muscle. And I was very happy to hear that from a scientific side. And so we try to do our best to integrate that in daily life in professional sport.
Very interesting new insights. So another topic, we heard interesting facts regarding inflammation and connective tissue. Kurt, what do you think about the role of inflammation from your perspective?
From my point of view, it is most important for future direction. So connective tissue and extracellular space, so it's most important to understand. So the roots of inflammation. And so afterwards, if that is inflamed, if that is so out of control, it's a jump to pain, chronic pain, then autoimmune disease, and like Helen Langvin showed, also to cancer. So it's most important. So for many disease in these civilized countries, then it's most important to understand prevention and prophylaxis. And in sports, so they are not able to perform perfectly if they have inflammation there. And the other bridge, that's food and nutrition. So sugar is a killer for the soft tissue. And then the advanced glycated end products, they cause a lot of other problems in athletes, injuries in tendons and fascia, and it's so-called muscle injuries, but it's much more than the muscle, it's the fascia, it's not the muscle. That's what I learned with Robert. And then, so in future direction, it's most important to integrate that in the whole field of medicine, in all different type of chronic disease. Extraordinary talk, and it's most important.
You guide football players too. How do you integrate this in your daily practice with football players?
Yeah, so we integrated that in the US national team in 2011, 2016, and also in Leipzig. So we kicked out the bad carbs, no bad sugar, less inflammation. Then we asked them, you should have a good sleep, better the sleep, longer the sleep, less inflammation. But they had also to train the tendon and the fascia. So they have to do an active stretch, and then they have to do a soft vibration. That's what Robert is talking since many, many years. And then they have to activate it, but not with a hard will, but with a soft will. And we integrated that in each training session before they train, and then after the training, then not just in rehabilitation, but in prevention and prophylaxis. And then we educated the players to do it at home, not to waste time, and they do it. And so they care the system, and that's directly related to injuries. If they do it, less injuries. If they stop it, so another amount of injuries. And I think it's most important to educate people that food and nutrition is important, not to kill the fascia, but then to train the fascia and not just to train the muscle.
Do the athletes like the homework?
They love it because they feel they
nice.
will be better. So if they do it moderately in the evening, they have a better sleep. They have less injuries and they perform better. They all do it. But we need intelligent coaches. We need scientists from your side. And then we have the data, and then we are able to convince them. But we have to teach them. If we are able to teach them, they will do it. If we ask them just do it, they will stop it again. So for future direction, I think that is an important part to educate. Then they feel the difference. Then they will do it. And then they will do it for a long period of time. And that's so prevention and prophylaxis, so in many directions. And they can be good ambassadors for ordinary people, for all of us.
Yeah, thank you. Robert, what do you think regarding the role of inflammation?
No, I wanted to ask, I watched the success of the Leipzig soccer players in the last few years, which is historical.
Yeah.
I mean, they were a local club and they were like in the regional area. And now they are number 1 or 2 on the national area there, which is unbelievable.
And
so how much of that do you think is due to nutrition? How much is due to better stretching training? Is that only a little and everything else is big money? Or how important has been your influence to their success?
So I think it's not just my influence, it's an intelligent coach and sports director like Ralf Rangnick. And then we educated the players. And so they had around 800 billions, which they won out of the players. They bought them very cheap, young players. We educated them and they sold them for a huge amount of money. So they gained a lot of money. They didn't waste the money. The good part was in 2012, I think it's the team. The better they play together, educated physical therapists. The physical therapists are the psychologists of the player at the same time. They teach, they work together. The treatment, so osteopathic pathways, so excellent, like people like you also know from Leipzig, excellent therapists, myoflex, prevention training, and that's a key part. But then they realized it's not just nutrition, supplementation, coach, all together. And that was the success. Everybody synchronized. They affected each other in a positive way, but food and nutrition was very important. So we had a perfect kitchen. We educated the cook and the chef, educated the players and the girlfriends. Then they started to cook at home and then they understood it. Then they felt the difference. Then they took the food in the training camp and took it to their mother or to their sister. So then the good taste, that's it. Then they did it also the exercise, because all the physical therapists and the medical doctor and the athletic coach and the people in rehab and the chef coach, they talked about the same thing. That listen, it's important. You should train the repair mechanism. You should train regeneration. And the athletic coaches, they trained them to train the tendon. Sometimes you need a high load. We should care that. And then we should care the fascia. And then we need the rhythm and the vibration. So, and everybody joined together, and that is the background of the success. They understood, they felt the difference, and I think that was a secret. And then if a new player came, like Dayo Upamecano, he came for almost nothing from France, then he has been in Salisbury, and now he will go to Bayern Munich. So that was an amazing success, but he understood, and he's doing the exercise every evening. He changed food and nutrition completely, and he even influenced his mother and the sisters to have a better type and quality of food. And that is, we should do and try to do our best in this direction.
So the whole family is involved.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the players are not allowed to drink the drink from the sponsor, aren't they?
Yeah, so that's right.
This is too sweet.
Yeah, we got in problems. In the beginning, not 5th league, 4th league, 3rd league, 2nd league, and even the jump to 1st league. Nobody talked about that because that was forbidden. So, but now, they are interested to do advertisement, and now we are getting under pressure. So for that reason, it was so important, even if they do marketing, the players understood that, so they will feel the difference. And they felt after a cheat day, they felt bad the next day. So they realized, do I really want to feel bad next day? So better not to do it. And it's a question of education. But you are right, we should try to inspire people with a lot of money to make better drinks.
I'm very happy to hear what you tell about Leipzig, because in the beginning of the 2000s, I was team physician in Stuttgart with a young trainer, Ralf Rangnick, who came from the 2nd league from Ulm, and we started to bring a cook in the training camp, yes. And this was very new for the Bundesliga. Because until this time they had food they like, and we were also thinking about to do a lunch every day for the players, but yeah, Ralph left us after 1.5 years, and then Matthias Sammer came, and everything changed, and Magath was there, and everything changed to the other side. So I'm very happy, and I also have a little bit hard for Leipzig, because I know that Ralf Rangnick and also Thomas Fröhlich and we also have a physiotherapist from my clinic is working with the team. So it's good to see how Leipzig is going up and up. And my question is, Ralf Nagelsmann as crazy as Ralf Rangnick in a positive way?
In a positive way, yes. They are enthusiastic from inside. They inspire others. And you're right, Thomas Fröhlich in Hoffenheim, then Perry Marshall in Leipzig, but also the medical department in Bayern Munich. More and more physical therapists understood the background, and now they're inspired. So then Jürgen Klinsmann, he integrated Schubeck. Then so they had so natural eating. He inspired Pep Guardiola. He took out Mona Nemmer. She went up to Liverpool. But if everybody is synchronized, it works. But if there's a single person who is telling, oh, it's all bullshit about that, it's not so important, not important, then it's running out of control. Future direction, I hope the German national team will do the next step with Ralf Rangnick, with intelligent coaches. And I would suggest we will give them a lecture, all of us, a lecture for all the stuff. If they understand, if they hear the same information from different people, they will do it. And already in the academy of the German national team in Frankfurt, there are already excellent athletic coaches, people in sports science, also in rehabilitation. They are ready to do the next step with food and nutrition. That could be so a positive signal to everybody. And so we should join together, and we should give them a lecture, and they will be very happy to have that.
Okay, we talked about the role of inflammation. Thomas, do you want to add something regarding the role of inflammation from the rehabilitation perspective?
Yeah, I already mentioned my clinic, the Medical Park St. Hubertus Clinic on the lake of Tegernsee, where we have a 400-bed rehab clinic included with a sports therapy unit, which is famous because we also treat the skiers, the German skiers, since a long time. And inflammation plays a very big role after operation, after ACLs, after every kind of injury. And also in our patients, we have a lot after total hip replacement or total knee replacement. There is a lot of inflammation. So the first goal when they come to our clinic 5-6 days after the operation is to put down the inflammation before we start to train, before we start to do some therapy, to do some training. We do it with drugs. Yeah, in the beginning we need a lot of drugs, especially after the total replacement. But then we also do it with a lot of physiotherapy, with cold, with electricity, with everything we have. And what we started 10 years ago is also to use trigger point shockwave therapy, for example, to put down the tension of, for example, the fascia lata after these operations I mentioned. And when you put down the tension, the people will have less pain, and if pain goes down, inflammation goes down. So this is normally a civil, how do you call it, Teufelskreis, Circulosis Vitiose, and you have to cut it on every edge. You have to give him painkillers, you have to make the weight bearing less, and all the things. So inflammation is a very big problem in the beginning of the rehabilitation, but you have to look for that in all phases of the rehab, because also in phase 2 or 3, and also when they come back to sporting things in phase 4, inflammation can come back. Yeah? The knee, for example, if you overuse it, you will have inflammation, and then it takes days before you can start again with some therapy and some training. So the focus is always on the inflammation.
Okay, let's talk about another topic. We also have learned interesting things about the influence of tendinous tissues on locomotion. Thomas, what are your experiences in the rehabilitation setting?
I didn't understand you. I didn't get it.
We heard interesting things about the influence of tendinous tissues on locomotion. Do you have special experiences in the rehabilitation setting with this?
Yeah, locomotion is a big tool, or is a big theme in rehabilitation. What we use since some years is anti-gravity treadmill, for example, where we can start with locomotion in an early stage, when patients are not allowed to make full weight bearing. They have 20 kilos weight bearing, for example. We can start in an early phase to begin with the locomotion, because the earlier you start, the better you can reprogram the walking or the running on a later stage without limping, without problem. So this is a very big point, and we do it, for example, with the anti-gravity treadmill, but we have a lot of different treadmills, and we have treadmills with cameras, and we also do gait analysis at the end of the rehabilitation to see difficulties and little problems you cannot fix with the eye. So the physiotherapist at home or the physiotherapist in the clinic in the last days, they can do special trainings with the patient to fix the problem and to help them to a fluent gait. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Robert, Kurt, do you want to add something to this topic?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow, to Daniel Lieberman's contribution, because many of us, we have been influenced by his early research on how our ancestors used to locomote by barefoot running and barefoot walking. So I'm very eagerly looking what he has to offer. But I also want to acknowledge, Thomas, our working relationship in the last 2 years, where our fascial research group, formerly located at Ulm University, has moved over to your department at the Technical University in Munich. And one of your specialties has been testing different walking styles and shoes. And now we are working together in testing, comparing different shoes, which kind of shoes allow more elastic recoil in the walking. And I find that very exciting. So of course, if you have shoes which is like a cast, so your plantar fascia cannot move inside, that is not so beneficial, and we can see it in the way how people walk. But if you can simulate a little bit the elastic recoil that people used to have when they were walking barefoot, it changes the gait. And I think that's a very nice specialty that you made us aware of, and I'm very, very much looking forward to further collaboration.
Robert, you mentioned our collaboration, and I can tell you here, and this evening, this night, I can tell you, you made me 10 years younger since you are in my team, because you always have new ideas, you're always pushing. Thank you for that, Robert. Thank you that you joined our team. And maybe I can add another thing. In the clinic, we do a lot of barefoot walking. We have all these I don't have the name in English. We have these different gait. Robert, help me. What's the name?
Different surfaces?
the several surfaces were also
a barefoot garden. Yeah.
We're also old, not only the sportsmen, but also 75-year-old ladies and men after this total hip or knee repair. They start with all these balance things. We have a lot of balance tools. We have a quarter of our rehab is only coordination and balancing stuff, where also the older people start very early with this training and with walking on several surfaces.
Kurt, do you want to add something to the topic of locomotion?
We did the
You
last
look like.
Yeah, we learned a lot. And a very good friend of Robert is Hans Schiesel and Harald Schubert. And these guys in the Black Forest, related to the Charité in Berlin, they developed a platform, alternate vibrating platform called Galileo. And that platform, so all of us, we are able to stand on that. But it's a bench, and this platform was developed for astronauts because without gravity, they would lose the bone, they lose the muscle, they lose also the function of the circulation system. So then they designed it in a bed rest study for astronauts, but then we integrated it to train elderly ladies with osteoporosis to prevent osteoporosis because, so my boss, Dieter Felsenberg, so a pioneer at the Charité in Berlin, he talked, the director of the bone, that's the muscle. But it's not just the muscle, it's the neuromuscular function. For that reason, what you do in your clinic is great. So, and then we integrated the bench, they are lying on the bench, and then I'm able to change the angle. So they will run without gravity. So, and even in players with severe injuries in the knee or in the hip or in the back, we are able to start the training at the first day. So, but lying on the bench without gravity. And there is one example. So that has been a player who has been from Mali. He has been in Salisbury. He had a horrible injury. That was the posterior crucial, and it was totally out of control. And we had a lot of experts like Uli Böhnisch, he checked them. And then we started the last 3 days in December with a training and platform and treatment. And so as soon as possible to train locomotion. And then we did the without surgery, the treatment. And after 8 weeks, he was back in the team. And after 10 weeks, he scored. So fully recovered. But we learned the Galileo training. And Hans, the inventor, and Robert, when we joined together, also a scientist from Trondheim, Bo Kehler, when they talked together, I understood it better. so we've seen the result, but we have to learn more. The secret is the alternate vibrating, inspiring the brain to run. That is what Thomas talked about. It's a neuromuscular learning and also a learning for the brain that the program, how to move like a melody, so is supported to join in again. And for that reason, also the talk for tomorrow, that's most important. And I think until now, there are unfortunately just a few clinics who know that, who do that, and they have still guidelines from the last century. So your guidelines in your clinic, you should integrate that. So I'm very happy. And so I hear just good things, nothing else. Extraordinary what you do in the clinic.
So based on your experiences and what we have heard today, what are your personal key messages and practical implications for therapists and trainers? Thomas, may I ask you to start with a statement?
Once again, I didn't get it because your microphone is not okay, Tanya.
Oh, sorry. Based on your experience and what we have heard today, what is your key message and the most important practical implication for therapists and trainers?
The most key message. The key message is keep on moving, keep on changing, because what we learned 10 years ago, it's already gone. We have to. What I told in the beginning to Robert. I still don't stretch. I'm now 60, and I'm still on the 70th. or on the 80th, and yeah, it's still working, but I know that all the trainers, all the physiotherapists, they have to keep on moving. And a congress like this is very, very urgent and very wichtig. What is wichtig? Important to bring together all the research and the people who put it to the trainers and to the physiotherapists and also to the doctors. It's not well known in the doctors what's going on with the fascia, and also me. 5 years ago or maybe 10 years ago, I thought, what is going on with the fascia? This is all a little bit. It's not real research what they do, and it takes a long time to have all in the team, all in the boat. Like Kurt told us in Leipzig, if you have a physiotherapist and you have a trainer who is watching it, you can do good things. But if there is one who is not believing it and he's acting against all the new stuff, then everything is not possible. There's nothing possible. So this is the key message should be also never stop learning and go on to hear what people are saying.
Yeah, thank you. Kurt, what is your key message?
Keep on learning, inspire.
The same.
Yeah, and inspire each other. And I remember the last Congress and that before, and I learned a lot. It inspired me. And then to talk to others. And I think that's also most important, so that physical therapists, athletic coaches, medical doctors, and people, different types of coaches, they should join together. And then we are able to translate the research in practical experience. Then we should ask them about the practical experience, and they can inspire us to think differently on the same topic. And I think for that reason, a book is a nice to have, but the Congress is so inspiring. And then to talk to interesting people, and then some new information will fall in your network and is changing. So that's neuroplasticity. And I think that's great. And then for therapists, very often we are educated, we have to do it. He's healthy and we have to make him better with whatever, but we should support him in his process of regulation. And that also Robert talked in a nice congress in Scheveningen. So sometimes we have the idea we have to do all of it. No, we should not overwhelm them with our therapy. We should inspire them to regulate. And then sometimes we have the idea, oh, I have to do that point and that point. Better first relax their mind, relax the body. And then if the vagus nerve is able to synchronize, so it will happen from inside. And sometimes it's overtone singing, sometimes it's Galileo, but we should be aware that we inspire them to regulate and that we try to educate him, so to make him aware of the tendon and the fascia. And then each session should integrate exercise. And we should teach them that the exercise is important for the long-lasting benefit, and that's prevention at the same time. And I think that's a key message. Join together, inspire them, then they will take over responsibility. And then if medical doctor and physical therapists and athletic coach join together and it's a shared decision, then they will do it. And then, so it's clear what to do. But if the doctor is talking about some issues and the physical therapist tries to do a trigger point, then if another medical doctor is coming with the injection, they are lost. And we should bring it together. That's the type connective tissue, connective people, and so connect, and that's the future direction.
Okay, Robert, do you have a key message?
Yes, it depends on the age group. So for young people up to including puberty, I think the most important aspect of keeping the fascia healthy is variety. So prevent your children from only investing into one sport. That would be very bad, even if they become world champion in it. Have them do more than one style of physical activity. That is the most important in young people, including puberty. At middle age, I think it would be good to include more happy bouncing in order to keep your fascia elastic. And that's an aspect that I look forward to research also. It also influences your brain and your emotional attitude. So you cannot take yourself too serious if you're doing bouncing exercises and swinging. And finally, the older we get, the more important regular stretching is. Not so much for mechanical reasons, as I used to think, and as I was made to learn at the last Congress in 2017, that you do stretching for mechanical reasons, to have more mobility, but for the biochemical reasons that we learn today. So the older we get, the more pro-inflammatory we are, and the more important this pro-inflammatory condition is shaping our fascia, our muscles, our brain, and static long-term melting stretches. So now I've been more influenced by the yin yoga people, not the active resistance stretches that I learned from you, Kurt. But for the older people, they should spend a lot of time to do slow melting stretches for several minutes, not to become more mobile, that's a side effect, but in order to change the pro-inflammatory condition in their body in a more neutral condition. So that's something I'm taking out of this.
Robert,
Okay,
what's good for you? When do the old start? 80 plus?
So I think, according to recent studies I read, already in people over 40, there is a big shift where the resistance comes when they stretch, and it's more on the neurovascular bundles in people over 40. So maybe that would mean if you are over 40, you should start to do yin yoga stretches.
And it's related to food and nutrition. So if the sugar overload is high, if you're used to have bad habits with bad sugar, so then you should start with 20s, because then, then it's not just the connective tissue in the fascia, it's also the glia cells in the brain. But the better they eat, the later you are in the group of the elderly. So, so if you join together, so it's called chrono exercise and chrono nutrition. So the younger you will be, but the earlier you start, the better.
So now we have Bill here. Hello, Bill.
Hello,
nice to see you. Hello. So then I start with a question for you. What do you think about the focus of training fascia today?
Well, I think it's a long overlooked area of training. I believe there's been a lot of focus on the muscular system, the cardiovascular system, and athletics, the nervous system for a long time. This is something that is needed. And some people do address the fascia system from a training perspective, and some people do it and they don't even know they're doing it. I think it's important to really understand what it is and how to do it and what are the results we're going to get from it.
And how do you integrate this in your school?
Yes. So, I mean, we do a couple things really following the principles of omnidirectional submaximal loading. So in the world of strength and conditioning and speed development, many people have really lived their lives in the sagittal plane. People run linear, they bench, they squat, they deadlift, they military press, they chin up, they row. That's all in the sagittal plane. And many training exercises are in the sagittal plane. If we really want to affect our fascia, we not only want to do our elastic bouncy movements, which are part of what athletes do naturally, but we have to incorporate not only more bouncy elastic movements, but more omnidirectional submaximal loading movements. So things that we've done in the past, like medicine ball training or kettlebell training that are doing, allowing us to move load in different directions. But now we understand why those things are important. We used to think medicine ball training, kettlebell training muscular. Yeah, we know all the systems are always in play. When we train, all the systems are working. what's working more than others is the magic. And these tools such as medicine balls, kettlebells, the Viper, Michel Delcourt's Viper, those tools are more specifically training fascia and understanding those tools and how to bring them into a workout. We bring them in the warm-up, into the warm-up elements of the workout. We also make them a component of the workout. It really depends on who the athlete is, what their sport is, and what their goals are.
Do you have a special key message from the lessons we heard today?
Yeah.
What do you think are the most important things for practice?
I think the most important things for practice is never get overexcited about one thing. Never do one thing more than you need to, because that's where injuries are going to occur, overuse. If you find something that's getting you results, sometimes coaches get really excited and think, okay, this exercise is getting me great results. Let me do more and more and more. No, the body loves variability. In every sense of the way, the body loves variability. So it's important to incorporate variability with fascia training tools, such as the med ball, the kettlebell, the Viper Pro. These tools, by using variability and omnidirectionals in all planes of motion, not just sagittal, but transverse, frontal plane motions, and doing it in a dynamic way to create load and stress on the system in odd positions, is really what's going to give you what I like to call farm boy strength, farm boy strong. You know, who do you want to wrestle? The kid that grew up on the farm or the kid that grew up in the city? You probably have a better chance of beating the kid that grew up in the city that just did weights his whole life, opposed to the kid that was baling hay, digging ditches. That athlete is farm boy strong. That athlete is fascia strong.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to add something, Robert or Thomas or Kurt?
Yeah, Bill, when you heard Martin Fischer today about throwing, I was thinking about you. Didn't you be a thrower when you were a young farm boy or city boy or whatever?
Yes.
And do you integrate anything like throwing into your training with athletes?
Absolutely, Robert. Thank you. Yes, I grew up a little bit more of a city boy and graduated to a farm boy because of my love for the javelin. And I was fortunate enough to go to Finland at a young age and actually compete against Tapios Kouros and Zeppo Ratti from names back in the 1980s. Tapios won the gold medal in 1988, the javelin. And I threw here at American University. You know, I didn't throw that far. I threw about 74 meters, but that was pretty good for a 5'10" Italian from the United States. So, you know, obviously great throwers typically are much taller, but my learning of medicine ball training and throwing really introduced me to fascia training even before I knew what fascia training was. And throwing, specifically the javelin, or just throwing in general, medicine balls, weighted balls, all different types of throws. I've done a lot of reverse throws, right, to create balance and symmetry. So, you know, obviously, so you create balance. So, you know, throwing is one of the, throwing reverse, you know, throwing a weighted ball the opposite direction to create, you know, the opposing symmetry in the shoulder. But the message is, throwing is such a natural, there you go, such a natural movement that really is the essence of the transfer of skill, the transfer of weight and skill. When we talk about athleticism, it's transferring weight from one limb to the other, one lower limb to the other. And when we transfer weight, we're transferring forces, we're transferring skill, we're transferring, you know, the ability to generate you know, distal speed, right? Proximal stiffness creates that distal speed. And to create proximal stiffness, you need, you know, strong fascia, you need connected fascia, and you need loose, dynamic, springy fascia. So that force can be transferred from the proximal stiffness, the proximal strength, to the distal limb. That's a golf swing. That's an athletic throw. That is athleticism.
So thank you, Bill, for this very practical insight in this topic. Do anybody want to add something? I think the time is nearly over. Do we want to look at the chat, perhaps? One question from
One
the chat?
additional to support him. A friend of us, Klaus Eder, he explained that nicely, that a natural enemy of the chicken, that's the fox. Very often the natural enemy of the athlete is the athletic coach, because the more stronger he's willing to make them, the less elasticity, the stronger he is, the more often he is doing, the more stereotype, the higher the risk for injury.
Yes.
And that's crazy. And for that reason, what you talked, variability, that's the great thing. For that reason, we talked about Leipzig. So we stopped athletic coaches to do the wrong thing.
Yes.
And we asked them to do variability, even playing ping pong.
And I would add one thing, advice for coaches out there. I would say incorporate these tools, these fascia type training, omnidirectional movements with these tools as part of your warm-up, or you can make them a block inside your training session. You know, I do that. I make it part of my warm-up, and then I also, on 2 days a week, I make my fascia training a block, usually a 30-minute block within my session where I'll do medicine ball training, viper training, or kettlebell, and I'll mix it up throughout the weeks, throughout the time of the year. It doesn't have to be overly complicated, but you have to do it to create this elasticity, this athleticism, and most important, injury resiliency.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a very good closing remark. So time's up for this evening. Thank you for all your valuable contributions in this discussion. And thank you for watching. Have a nice evening and goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Simon Bamberger and I'm the founder and managing director of Bella Bambi. We are rethinking cupping from a fascial perspective. So we are primarily interested in A, the mechanical effects of the application of negative pressure, and B, the effects on the nervous system and body perception. We are working on researching and further improving applications that have been tried and tested for thousands of years. We are giving away a complete Bella Bambi multi and wish you every success.
Surprise, surprise, that's the prize you can win. We at Thermotrigger provide these innovation and new device that warms and cools as well as a contrast program between those two. It can be used for physiotherapeutic treatments. You get the Thermotrigger in this beautiful case. I am curious who will win it. Good luck, your Wolfgang Klausner from Thermotrigger.
Wow, dear Robert, that was a great Congress start. What is your conclusion of the day?
I have to settle that. I'm overwhelmed with the information and the stimulation I got. So I have to think about it. There's so much of it. What strikes to me still now is the importance in human running, how unique that is. So that's something I will not only get into more theoretically, but also more practically. And also the nutritional advances that I've taken off. But there are many more things that I'm taking home. But these are just two examples. There are many more bubbling inspirations I'm taking off. I'm already eagerly waiting for tomorrow.
Then let's say goodbye for today and thank you again to all the speakers and all of you for your participation. Good night and see you tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Nico from Blackroll. Healthy fascia needs proper regeneration, so we have put together a recovery package consisting of 3 things. The Blackroll pillow, the Blackroll blanket, and fittingly, access to the 3-hour online course Blackroll Recovery Expert. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed and good luck.